Good morning, everybody. My name is Liam Jackson. This is just a reminder that the Network Rail Track Renewals Engineering Conference will start at 9 o'clock this morning. So it's 9 o'clock. Excellent. Thanks very much, Kate. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Network Rail Track Renewals Engineering Conference, which is being facilitated by the Permanent Way Institution. So my name is Liam Jackson. I'm the Programme Engineering Manager for the Track Engineering and Innovation team in Technical Services in Network Rail. And it's my pleasure today to act as the meeting chair for what is the second online version of the Track Renewals Engineering Conference. These conferences, they're national conferences which occur annually every autumn, and they sit alongside the National Maintenance Engineering Conferences which occur in spring. Both these events are run and facilitated by the Technical Authority, so please, for all those attending, please keep a lookout for invites to both of these events going forward. So to start with, a bit of housekeeping for everybody. So you will all have noticed that you will have arrived in the conference as attendees, and this means that you have been muted by default. So there will be opportunity for interactivity and Q&A, and if you we'll look at the agenda shortly, and you'll see that Q&As have been scheduled in at appropriate times throughout the day. In order to ask a question during a Q&A, you'll see in the box on the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see a box which will allow you to type in questions. This can be done at any point during a presentation, so if a question springs to mind, please pop it in there. You don't need to wait for the Q&A sessions to start this. However, in order to assist me, if you can please type the name of the person you wish to direct the question to, that will just help me facilitate the Q&A sessions a lot more easily. The conference will be recorded, and the recording will be made available alongside all the slide material on the PWI website shortly after the conference. I've mentioned that there will be interactivity throughout the day, so there will be at various occasions, there will be some audience polling used at various points throughout some of the presentations. Just to give everyone an idea of how that will work, we're going to have a practice on that now. So hopefully you will all see a question that's come onto your screen. If you can have a go at using your mouse, or if you're using an iPad or an iPhone using touchscreen functionality. So the question is, when was the PWI formed? We'll let this run for about 10 more seconds just to give everyone a chance to have a go. Okay, lovely. Okay, can we see the results? Right, so the good news is that 57% of you were correct, and the answer is 1884, so well done to those. So if you have a quick look now at the agenda slide for today. So we've got a very full agenda again today with speakers from across the Track Renewals community. The first sessions in the morning will set out the theme for the day, which is the challenges faced by the Track Renewals community. So this will start with a PWI presidential address from Nick Millington, followed by a regional viewpoint on this theme from Colin Kavanagh. In a slight change to the stated agenda, we will have a short Q&A immediately after Nick Millington's presentation, as he needs to attend another event today. And then we will also have another slightly shorter Q&A session following Colm's presentation, which will lead into the break. After the break, we're going to have two presentations from Mark Ward and Jamie Shaw, respectively, looking at the challenges and opportunities in the key areas of gauging and decarbonisation. We will then have another slightly shorter break at 11:50, and this will be followed by presentations from Steve Cooper on geospatial engineering, and Joan Heary will then be taking us through what the PWI can do for us. We will then close with some closing comments from John Edgley. So we will be starting now with a welcome and presidential address from PWI President and Network Rail's Safety Track Force leader, Nick Millington. So Nick has worked in the industry for 30 years. He started as an apprentice mechanical and electrical engineer aged 16. He's a chartered civil engineer, a chartered project manager, and a chartered permanent way engineer, and a fellow of both ICE and PWI. He's undertaken many roles at all levels in asset management, plant, projects and maintenance, up to infrastructure projects director and route infrastructure maintenance director. He's currently the Network Rail Safety Task Force leader, focused on modernising our approach to maintaining our railway in an effort to significantly reduce the risk of track workers being struck by a train. And Nick is currently the president of the Permanent Way Institution. So Nick, over to you.
Thanks, Dean. Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear from my little laundry cupboard in Devon. Yeah, so thanks everyone, and it's really nice to be here. It would be nice, and I'm looking forward to the conference next week where we can see people in person. So yeah, let's get going with the old slides a minute. Bear with me a second. So Kate, have I got my slides on? Somebody...
You've got control, Nick. If you just click once and then use your keyboard to move down.
Right, okay, well, it's not working.
I'll do it for you.
Can you move it on for me, Kate? If you can drive it for me, that'd be great. There we go. Okay, so this is my presidential address. I have got the presidential chain, and if I move to that side there, you can see it on the wall there, and I've even managed to get a tie on today. And it's a PWI tie. So welcome everybody, and this is my view from the bridge as the president of the PWI. I'm going to talk a little bit about professional development and the career pathway that I've followed. I'm going to talk about safety, which is important and vitally important that the PWI plays its part. And I'm going to finish off with a few challenges that the industry face that I think the PWI should engage with. So yeah, Kate, if you can move me on a slide, please. Thank you. So the picture on the left there is me at school when I was about 5 years old, and the picture on the right is my mate Spike, and he's still my mate Spike. And I remember in the playground talking to Spike and saying, what are we going to do when we leave school? And Spike said, I'm going to be a chartered accountant. I thought, that's brilliant. What is that? And I thought, well, I'm going to be a chartered engineer. And I didn't know what that was either. But that thought stuck with me ever since those times. I wanted to be a chartered engineer. If you could move on, Kate, please. So I left school with GCSEs. My brother was struggling at university, and I thought, well, that's not for me at this time. And I applied for a job in a local paper, and it was an apprenticeship for British Railways, and I came second. So I didn't get offered the job, but the person who came first didn't want the job, so they rang me up, and I joined what was then British Rail as an apprentice. And I see the apprenticeships now, and it takes me back to when I was an apprentice. And there were years and years of no apprenticeships when British Rail was privatised. And now what I see is, apprenticeship schemes. We've got the apprentices for Network Rail in Westford, but I know that there are other PWI companies and supporting companies that have got apprenticeships as well. And it's a really good grounding. And when I look around the industry, many of those people that I was an apprentice with are still in the industry. They work for train operators as fleet directors. They work as there's another one who's an IME. So they become lifelong friends and a network for me to, in terms of support, but also favours their friends. If you could move on, please, Kate. So after my apprenticeship, I moved from traction and rolling stock into on-track plant quite quickly. I like the yellow machines, and I fixed, maintained, operated small plant and large plant, ballast cleaners, track relaying cranes, tampers, you name it. I had, and I still got me in the room next door. I still got my spanners with me, with all my fitter kit, and I can still turn my hand to a few things there. And I know my way around a tamper, although these days are a lot more technical than the ones that I used to fix. So, but I became a P-way technician, and spent well many Saturday nights out relaying track. And you can see me there at the in the bottom left-hand side there. That's a drainage job in Gloucestershire. And before we had to wear complete all orange, I might add with that photo. And even in those days, we were putting in drains. And I know drainage is a really important topic, but so I spent a lot of time on the track, surveying, designing, installing, supervising, crane controlling. I had the tickets for everything, but I always wanted to learn as well. So as well as being on site and earning money and delivering track renewals, I did day release, and I got myself up through till HND mechanical and electrical engineering and HNC civil, and then the railway at the turn of the millennium was in a bit of a desperate place really, and a lot of engineers were given notice. I was given my redundancy notice in 2000, and I thought, blimey, that's it, that's my railway career finished. So I spoke with Plymouth University and asked if I could start as a late entrance. I didn't want to do a foundation year, and start as a late entrant into a B-Eng in civil engineering, and that would be my journey then to become a chartered engineer, following up that pledge I made to myself years previously. But then what happened is, in the time where my redundancy notice was playing itself out, Hatfield happened. Many of you remember the Hatfield crash, and it basically brought Railtrack to its knees. But what it did for the engineers that were in the redundancy queue, as it were, those redundancy notices were revoked. And what I was able to do was negotiate with my employer at the time, because Christmas for track renewals, summer holidays, Easter holidays were all busy times for track renewals, and technicians were all needed. And I was able to go to university and do a technician's job. So for me, it was a perfect balance: 36 weeks at university, and then weekends and holidays out setting out and installing track. And I got my B-Eng degree, which I was really proud of, because I wasn't actually sure how I was going to become a chartered engineer. Now, obviously, the PWI and the IC have got some great career pathways, and some of the other institutions as well. But at the time, it was an opportunity that I couldn't pass. So I had to get, in my mind, I had to get the degree, and I'm really pleased I did. And again, there are 30 people that I was in university with, and I still speak to them now. Some of them are in the railway industry now, some of them are in the construction industry. But again, another network of people that I take reference from and have friendships with. Next slide, please, Kate. And there it is. I got to wear the funny hat. I got to get my degree, which I was really proud of. My dad was really proud as well, because he wanted me to do a degree when I left school, and I didn't want to do that. So I did all the subjects there. Now, some of them are really quite easy, I found, but some of them are really difficult. So things like hydraulics, well, drainage design, so I could turn my hand to that. Geotechnics, embankments and things like that. I've been exposed to that in the railway industry. And then surveying and pricing work, bills of quantity. So there was a lot of things that I'd learned as a technician that helped me on my journey through my degree. So I came out with a B-Eng with honours. Next slide, please, Kate. And set about becoming a chartered engineer straight away. And there are people in the PWI that helped me. Phil Ransom was my supervising engineer. Phil's still active in the PWI, and certainly my pledge as a chartered engineer was to always help other people. And I now am a chartered engineer with the ICE and the PWI, but I'm also a supervising engineer. And I would ask everybody who's on career development pathways to think about what you give back. It's in my mind, proper sustainable development, if indeed you help more people than helped you. And I've got a collection of people that help me at various stages, and my pledge was always to give back, and I certainly do that now. I've got a number of people sitting their professional reviews in the next couple of months, and other people that are coming up through that also I would think I'd probably spend 15 to 20% of my working week helping other people with professional development. And for me, I do that because I want to do that. For me, I take pleasure from it, and I would ask everyone to think about what do you give to others who are coming up the career pathways. Next slide, please. So in 2007, I became a chartered engineer, and then I worked with Phil Ransom, and I needed some good work to get my teeth into. And the Western Route at the time was a 1960s high-speed 125-mile-an-hour railway that was at the end of its natural life. And Phil said, "Can you fix it?" Pretty much. And myself and a few others put together a 600-mile track renewals work bank, which was the first high-output track renewal work bank for the new generation of high-output machines. And as I travel around the Western Route, which I do quite often now, there are tens, in fact hundreds of miles now, where high-output system 2 and ballast cleaner system 2, I can remember how that track was specified, designed, installed. I remember practicing with the machines to get firstly to a 50-mile-an-hour handback, then 80, and then 100. I remember adjacent lines open and how we got the sign-off certificate to work with adjacent lines open. And I also remember the volume increases that we incrementally did. And that was a great, in terms of continuous improvement, high output in its early days. And I do think for those of you that work with high output now, I think there are some lessons from the past that might be valuable for you, because there are times where we were relaying a kilometre in a midweek night. And there were times often where we relayed 800 yards in a midweek night or 600 yards. And when I see the volumes now, I think to myself, there's probably some lessons from the past that we'd get more efficiency and more output from those machines. And I'd more than happily share that. Next slide, please. Some great photos. So yeah, it was a great time. I went to Austria. I went to the Plaza factories. This is the track relaying train, so it's not a Plaza machine, this one, but the ballast cleaner certainly was. And that you can see there, that's the Great Western Main Line. That's near Chippenham. And you know, in blockades, we were putting miles, genuinely miles of track down as well. And we were reloading the sleeper wagons in the blockades. And we basically took a 1960s F19 F23 railway and converted it into a G44 railway. Next slide, please. I worked on the Reading Station scheme, which was a real pleasure. So I came off track renewals and worked on some big, heavy civil engineering. And I go through Reading now and I look at it and I can't actually believe it's been built. And it's a real credit to railway engineers. I think, you know, we should take real pride from when I look around the country. Birmingham New Street, I look, you know, you see the electrification schemes. I was in Scotland earlier this week and you see what they've done to Glasgow Queen Street and other places. There's some phenomenal talent in the railway industry. And I certainly, you know, I look around and see some of the projects I've been involved with and I take immense pride from it. Next slide, please, Kate. And then I went back to track renewals as the as a safety director, but also the client director. So, and you know, this is a track renewals conference, and I guess my heart is in track renewals. I've spent more of my career in track renewals than anywhere else. And you know, these photographs here, you can see the Greenford East curve at the top, Didcot in the top right. Sorry, Greenford on the left, Didcot on the right, and down below you can see Hayward Road. And that was they were great times, introducing modular S&C, using modular S&C, and also working with high output, and I really enjoyed those times. Next slide, please. I then spent some time with Mark Kahn as his chief of staff. That was a useful interlude in my career, understanding the political landscape. The railways is a political football, but it certainly gave me some insight and skills and further connections that I wouldn't have naturally got. So I did about just short of a year as the chief of staff with Mark Kahn. We went through the Brexit vote while I was there. That was interesting, and change of government, the Scottish devolution vote, and all sorts of other things as well. And reports such as now we've got the Shapps Williams report. There were 3 reports that were issued in my time as the chief of staff that we're all looking at how to change the shape of Network Rail. So there's always a report somewhere that's looking to do something to the railway industry, and today is no different. Next slide, please. I then moved to Western as the maintenance director, and I fell in love with maintenance, if I'm honest. I really enjoyed the nuts and bolts of running a railway and having to be articulate, having to think on your feet, live problems day in, day out. And how do you keep a railway of 2,200 miles with 1,500 frontline staff running day in, day out while you're trying to electrify it over your head? And that was we introduced new rolling stock. The gauging was important, electrifying and commissioning new schemes, track gauging schemes under bridges for electrification. And it was, I really, and today my substantive job is still the maintenance director on Western, albeit I'm now leading the Network Rail Safety Task Force. But that was, I learned an awful lot about the railway in between 2017 and 2019, or 2016 and 2019 rather, as the maintenance director. I've immense respect for maintenance. It's a relentless task. It's a continuum that never stops, and today is no different. Next slide, please. So that's my career journey there, and I guess just a reflection. Two things I would draw from that. One is the railway is a great career development pathway. I see opportunities everywhere. It's a great place where you can come literally from school and you can rise progressively right the way through the industry. There are great opportunities everywhere. And secondly, I would ask everyone to think about, what are you giving back? How are you helping those that are coming up through, that are more junior to you or lower in a career development pathway? How are you helping? So please do think about that. Please do think about how much of your working week do you spend helping others. Right, I'm going to move on now to what challenges have the PWI got now. This is something that's very close to my heart, and it should be close to yours. I now lead the Network Rail Safety Task Force. I remember what happened in July. I remember where I was when Gareth and Spike was struck in South Wales. I was in the control office in Swindon with GWR, and someone came running across the office to me and said, we've hit two of yours. And at the time, it's the worst thought and feeling you can ever have. The gentlemen themselves didn't actually work on the Western route. They didn't work directly for me, but they worked on the Wales route, and it was a tragic accident. Gareth and Spike were very close to retirement age, had spent 40 years in the industry each, and I sat with their families after Margam, and I don't know how, you cannot justify what happened there. We put people to work on open railways with high-speed metal objects, and human frailty and human error exist, and the consequences are tragic. I had to sit and talk to widows, a daughter that was going up the aisle without her father, question after question after question about, why do you do this? Why do you put people to work in this way? Why do you do these tasks like this? And it was very difficult. I was in a conference suite in Cardiff. I was there all afternoon, and I remember everything. And it drives me on, and it still drives me on now. We just cannot, we cannot rest while we've got people at risk. And I guess another thing I'd ask everybody is, if you look at the PWI and you look at where we span from: design, development, construction, maintenance, asset management, all of those things, all of you, every one of you, and the companies that you're in can make a difference. I think, to my time as an asset manager, what could I have done differently? Safe cess pathways degraded on my watch. That shouldn't have happened, and I'm glad to say we're putting some of that back now. When you think about, where do we position location cabinets for S&C renewals? Do we provide at S&C locations safe, separated pathways? Because if you look at maintenance and the MSTs for maintenance, a majority of near misses happen at S&C. No wonder, really, when you see how many tasks are scheduled at S&C for an asset's life. So I would ask everyone to think about what is it that you can do to improve track worker safety, because a lot of the fixes are really simple. Access gates, separated pathways, fences, remote infrastructure or remote monitoring infrastructure that's switched on when you install it, not left for others. So there's a lot of things that everyone can do. So we set the task force up, and we were served with 2 safety improvement notices from our safety regulator. I saw the draft of those notices before Margam happened, so I know that they predated Margam. Popularly, I guess people think that they were served because of Margam, but I know I saw the drafts before, in April, in actual fact. So we've got 2 legally enforceable notices here. That means that we are, as an industry, outside of the health and safety law, and we've got to get back inside it. So I know I've had a lot of conversations in the last couple of years with people saying, but we've always done it like this. We've always broken the law. And we are a professional institution here in the PWI. We've got a code of ethics, as have Network Rail, as have the ICE and all other professional bodies. And currently we are outside health and safety legislation, managing track worker safety. And I'd ask you to think about that. Sadly, since we've set up the task force, Aidan in April of last year was struck and killed. Now, talking to Alan Spence, who investigated Aidan's tragic accident, it was very early days of COVID, and there was a Vortop fence, and a split-second decision. Aidan handed back a line block and went down the wrong side of a Vortop fence because there were people working inside the Vortop fence, and it's a possibility that Aidan didn't want, was trying to socially distance, but did so on the wrong side of an open railway. A split-second decision that had, again, a devastating consequence. And then through the path of the last 2 years, we've reduced unassisted lookout working now by 97%. It's a really difficult task. A number of routes have hit 0 already. Some haven't, but are nearly there. But there were some routes, there are some routes where it's genuinely very difficult to change the work plan. The Southern Regional Railways, Third Rail, very busy timetables. Anglia was very challenging as well, still is. And sadly and tragically, Tyler was killed in February of this year, patrolling S&C on a very, very busy railway, mid-morning. And I wear, if you look on my shoulder, that side, I wear Tyler on my shoulder when I'm doing these sorts of calls, just to focus everybody's mind. Tyler was 30, married, and that shouldn't have happened, and that happened on our watch. Anyway, I'm not going to dwell on that too much, but it just shows that the importance of taking the safety risk really, really seriously. Next slide, please. Unassisted lookout working, without a shadow of a doubt, is the most common cause of near misses, and by some margin. If you look at the data set that comprises this chart here, 13% of the work was lookout working, but over 60% of the near misses involved lookouts. We've done a lot, obviously, to remove lookout working, and lo and behold, near misses have dropped by 70%, directly proportional to the work we've done removing lookout working. Now, I know there's more to do. We've got to settle the new plan down, make sure that we deal with temporary variations, innovate more to make sure that we keep our railway inspected, monitored and safe. But Ian Prosser, to me, is very clear to me. If you look at the way the notices have been served, their intention, although it doesn't explicitly say it, their intention is to remove human error. So basically, lows and lookout from our railway. Next slide. So what are we doing? Basically, no more lookouts, and we're nearly there. We're providing additional protection for planned line blockages where we can, and also a lot of train activated safety equipment, and we're going to drive compliance to standard 019. Basically, 3 simple things: no more lookouts, 100% safety equipment, 100% compliance with standard 019. Next slide. Most important thing are our people in this change. I know there are a lot of people around the country at the moment that have put in a lot of effort and a lot of personal effort. They've had to challenge themselves, changing rosters, adopt new working practices, and we haven't finished yet. We've still got a lot to go on the safety task force, and I would ask everyone in the PWI to think about, like I said, I talked about the roles that we play with regard to design, development, asset management, but also think about the people a lot as well. Spend a lot of time talking to frontline staff. We can't go back to lookout working, but we can listen to the challenges and do what we can to innovate and to understand the challenges and also the potential solutions. I've had a lot of good ideas that have come from frontline operations and maintenance colleagues, so spend a lot of your time out with the front. Next slide, please, Kate. Simple stuff. I talked about it earlier. If you're in a track renewals job, why not leave a pathway behind? Speak to your asset managers. Think about, certainly if you're doing S&C track renewals, think about all those people after your job is finished for an asset's life that will put out protection, that will attend to do inspections, that will do S&C maintenance. Think about, in terms of CDM, the principles of prevention. What can we do to separate track workers from trains? A lot of this stuff is really basic. Next slide, please, Kate. And there's some great innovation. I still see, even this week, I've seen, and I was with the route services team yesterday. So plain pattern recognition, we've now got about 13,000 miles live. When we started with the task force, it was 9,000 miles, and we've not got, much more to go to have 100% of the PLPR eligible mileage switched on, which basically means that we don't put manual patrollers out every week or every other week, depending on the type of asset. Eddy current for rail floor detection. I know there were some issues with introducing that, but hopefully now we're coming to the right end of that now. And also the intelligent infrastructure program. I sponsor the II track program, and there are now decision support tools, additional functionality for PLPR, and there are future upgrades in intelligent infrastructure for track engineers that will all help us become much more predictive in the way that we manage assets, which means that we can then plan, and then we don't need to react in a way that requires us to work on an open railway. Next slide, please, Kate. Great stuff with S&C this week. I spoke with Mark Chesney from Derby, who works in what was the old research centre. We've got S&C monitoring trains being deployed this week that have been converted in the last 10 weeks, all in an effort to provide track engineers with more visibility, loaded geometry measurements and high definition film footage. But there's also things that we're doing with drones at the moment. I know we've got to go through union consultation and formalise what we're doing there, but there's some great stuff also with Ryler and other monitoring kit that means that we don't need to put a human being on the railway to understand its condition, its performance, and how it's behaving. Next slide, please. And also a trial that we've just done is geofencing. So for those of you that work with track renewals and you've got adjacent lines open, we've now tested 3 products over the last 3 or 4 months. Geofencing. These are little like mobile phone that you can put in your pocket, and they make a hell of a noise when you come to the extremities of a safe area that you plot on a high definition map. And they make a lot of noise. They make a flashing light, and they vibrate as well, and they're accurate to within 100 millimeters. Certainly the time I went out at Paddington and in the throat of Paddington out to Ladbroke Grove, there was quite a complex isolation and adjacent line open possession, and this was a very effective trial. Next slide, please. We're going to reduce the amount of people that hold lookout, and we're going to reduce the amount of people that hold a competence to work on an open railway. So at the moment, we've got 12,000 lookouts in Network Rail. There's about 6,000 in the supply chain. We've split lookout from site warden, and I would ask everybody to think about, do you need a lookout competence anymore? Because if you do, come and have a chat with me, and I'd like to learn a little bit more about that. And what I'd ask you all to do is proactively to take your competencies down for lookout. And we're also going to launch a simplified competence structure in Standard 019, but that's not until next year. Next slide, please. Okay, so that's the safety challenge, and I would ask everyone in the PWI to rise to that challenge. There are definitely things that you can do now to improve the safety of your frontline colleagues and leave behind a legacy of assets that are safe by design, genuinely safe by design. So another challenge we've got is revenue. I travelled through the pandemic and I had trains completely to myself at times, and that's not sustainable. We've now got industry revenue recovering, and you can see in this slide on the the graph on the left-hand side, you can see now the revenue recovery. We're still not there though. There's a massive gap in railway finances at the moment, huge gap, and we should all have that gap on our minds. We cannot keep spending money like it's not our own, and the income versus the outgoings, they don't stack up at the moment. Interestingly, if you look at how the revenue's returning, leisure has returned much stronger and is at about 110 to 115% of what it was prior to the pandemic, whilst commuting hasn't. I don't think that's a surprise really when you think about it. Staycations and commuting, people are like me here at home odd days of the week. So I guess a challenge to everyone here is, what can we do to facilitate the leisure market? Weekend blockades, do we need them anymore? Can we do midweek work? You know, there's all sorts of things when you think about it that we've been crying out for ages with efficiency for big heavy plant. Can we use it midweek? Can we do track renewals midweek nights, midweek days? So there's all sorts there that food for thought for everyone here. Next slide, please. Just a couple of slides to go now. Obviously, the green agenda. I know the we've got a trip set of ace cards here with the environment, and we should really play those. We've got a naturally low carbon form of transport that we can make even lower, but we've also got infrastructure that needs protecting, that is an opportunity for the PWI. Next slide, please. Peter Dearman follows me as next year's president. Peter's a legend in the electrification space, and the challenge we have got, I lived through the GWEP electrification era, and the price per yard of electrification was just astronomical. The way that we constructed GWEP, not the most efficient, I think is probably the way I'd put that. But nonetheless, we've got electric trains going to Cardiff now. We've got to create a fully decarbonised railway, and there are opportunities everywhere with this. And also thinking about what infrastructure do we need in the future? Lighter weight trains, perhaps battery trains, hydrogen trains. A real, we've got a natural orientation towards low carbon with the railway. Even last week I was at King's Cross. There's a new train operator that's looking to outplay the airline market between London and Scotland. And I think we can really play to our strengths here. Next slide, please, Kate. And this slide here is basically what I'm doing is building up industry directors. I'm building up a portfolio of questions and challenges that they are asking me as the president to ask everyone here. So one of them, for instance, do P-way engineers properly balance operational risk when they apply TSRs and the principle for applying TSRs? And if so, can they prove it? I think there's an opportunity for us here as well to look at industry and system risk. So that's a question there. Incidentally, I haven't got all the answers, but this is what I'm going to be asking the PWI to think about. Can we innovate more so that we are less constrained by standards? Another challenge. If you look at what I said about industry revenue, the railway needs to be more attractive than ever before. How can we delight people with designing, procuring, installing, and maintaining a reliable railway? And also the availability of the railway. I mentioned about the leisure market, and when markets are available for us, the freight market is pretty strong at the moment as well. We need to have a railway that's available to those that want to use it when they need to. So every hour that we shut the railway is lost opportunity. The fixed costs are still there. So again, that was a challenge from Andrew Haynes, by the way. So I've got more challenges coming through, and this slide will build over time. Next slide, please, Kate. And that's me done. That's my presidential address. An update really that's given you some ideas on professional development, the necessity to help others. Also, some challenges. Obviously, the safety one is something that's very close to me at the moment. How do we keep our track workers safe without putting risk into infrastructure? That will be with us for some time, that challenge. And also the green agenda, low carbon, and also industry revenue. That's me, that's Nick. I've got a LinkedIn account, and I'm putting quite a lot of material on LinkedIn for the PWI. Perhaps drop me a connect on there if you want to see more of what we're doing in the PWI. So thanks everyone. I think I've got a few minutes for questions now, Liam.
That's excellent. Thanks very much for that, Nick. So yeah, we've got about 5 minutes or so for a short Q&A. So just a reminder to people, If they've got a question, please use the question box on the right-hand side of your screen. The first question that has come in is from Jeff McGee. It's a question for Nick. Do you think the balance of risk has swung too far in favour of customers in terms of DWWP and lack of production rates and volumes? I think it's probably referring to your work with high output you were talking about earlier.
Do I think that DWWP, I think we've got a lot more control over outcomes. If you look at the overruns, that's Rob McLaughlin, who works for me, was the program controller in track, and you know, he had some very credible evidence that suggested that we've got a lot of control over the way that we develop, construct and deliver work. I think there are opportunities rather than putting that risk into overruns. I think there are still opportunities that we don't take ourselves straight away. So as a for instance, we're developing an app-based possession and isolation delivery system. If you look at the plethora of phone calls that happen when a signaller, an ECRO, a PICOP, block road people, possession support rather, and then engineering supervisors and then moving trains in, the spaghetti diagram of mobile phone calls and the time taken is dead time, isn't it? Whereas if you had a system that was interlocked very quickly to provide instructions and sequencing, not only does it help with safety critical comms, but it also gives you time. But also there are lessons from the past that I think we've forgotten. So I remember in a 27-hour possession delivering 1,000 yards of Cat 11. We don't do that now, and we did it without overrunning. I remember I mentioned about high output track renewals. I remember a unit rate for track renewals that was £472,000 a point end. I remember all sorts of things, and I know we've had other cost pressures, I get that, but I think DWWP has put order into a railway that was possibly didn't have the order that it needed, and certainly there were some high profile overruns that really knocked the credibility of the railway. The press made a lot of that. So I think there are more things that we can do to help ourselves to get production and efficiency up before we revisit DWWP, is my honest view.
Thank you, Nick. And I think you also touched on a question from Philip Holborn there, who did ask, is there anybody looking at technology for taking line blockages using technology and apps?
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, certainly we've got for possessions and isolations and work sites, we've got live trials underway now. I was on the phone to the team this morning nationally that are looking to consider how that's going to be rolled out. And also we've got a signal control protection system, which is basically an automatic line block system that we're looking at as well. And for those of you that went to the exhibition in Birmingham, Infrarail, Hitachi have got a product. Sorry, I got a phrase there. Hitachi have got a product that can do that, and so have others. So we'll be looking at something a lot simpler to get safe access to the railway quickly as well.
Brilliant. I think this will probably, looking at the time, this may have to be the last question, Nick, but what I'll suggest is that any questions that we don't get through today, if I send over to you, and then we can provide answers and send them out with the material after. So this last one is from Gareth Holt on safety. So following completing in the last 2 days in Port Talbot my COS research course, why are we still including unassisted lookout placement and working methodology following our must-do changes to remove the use of lookouts?
That's a great question, and duly noted, but we can't change everything all at once. If you look at logistically trying to do that, we've got a proof of concept that's starting this side of Christmas for the new person in charge competence that will basically bring together safe work leader, cost and person in charge that people will have heard of now. In that proof of concept, very few people, so there'll be at least 3 modules to that. You'll have an open line working module, you'll have a track worker safety system module, and you'll have a T3 type possession module. I'm encouraging everyone not to do the open line working part of it. We've got to provide it because people like moms and other people need it. However, we're gonna have it so you basically can opt out. So I recognise at the moment, if you look at the phasing of the training, cost is cost. We've got to do the proof of concept. We've got to consult with the unions. That takes time. But we have, as a for instance, split lookout and site warden, and now we can gently reduce, or not gently, perhaps more aggressively reduce lookouts. But it's a point well made. There are actions, live actions in flow right now to do that, but we can't do it all at once. Next year, I'd say it'll come out.
That's fantastic. Thanks, Nick. So yeah, I think Nick.
Massive congratulations to the Cardiff Delivery Unit. Cardiff Delivery Unit have taken down all 427 lookout competencies proactively. Be like Cardiff, everyone.
Brilliant. Well,
no pressure.
Thanks very much for that, Nick. And yeah, that was excellent. So that now takes us on to our second presentation of the morning. So I'd now like to introduce Colm Kavanagh. So Colm is the Regional Head of Engineering for Track in Southern Region for Network Rail. Colm has been in the rail industry since 2002, and he joined Network Rail in 2008. Colm is actually going to talk about his background and experience during his presentation. So rather than try and steal his thunder, I'm going to hand straight over to Colm now for a regional view on the challenges which face track renewals.
Hello and good morning, everybody. So let's see, I've got control. Is that working? Not yet. Here we go. Oh, I'm skipping ahead.
Would you like me to do it, Colm?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to default to that, I'm afraid. Thank you. Okay, next slide. Here we go. So yeah, for those that don't know me, Colm Kavanagh. So I'm originally from Northern Ireland, and I moved to London 2000, studied civil engineering at City University, and a chartered engineer with the IET recently. So you know, I just fully endorse everything that Nick has said around, you know, professional development, the importance of, you know, qualifications, education. And it doesn't matter where you start. You know, I started from a graduate position and made my way through, but only got chartered, you know, a couple of years ago. So, you know, that over a decade after finished university, it took me that long to get chartered. So it's never too late, and the opportunity is always there. I joined the industry in 2002 as a year in industry student with AMEC Rail in the privatisation days, and that was a fantastic opportunity. So, you know, it's something that I think, whether it's the PWI or Network Rail or any one of us, engaging at university level to encourage year in industry people into the railway was a fabulous opportunity. I had a great time shadowing the permanent way engineer at Tottenham, John Saxby at the time, and then moved into LUL maintenance on the District and Jubilee lines. And I just learned a heck of a lot of frontline maintenance and the reality of the world versus what you get taught in a university classroom. And I think it's an opportunity for us as an industry to encourage people to join the railway in that period rather than go into construction or other such placements. And the thing that it did for me was that placement guaranteed me work after university. So I spent the last 2 years of my master's degree not worrying about having a job. I had a job offer from AMEC on the table, ready-made, regardless of what my outcome was, really. As long as I got a degree, I was in. And I started off doing maintenance for train car depots as a project manager, which was fascinating to see, you know, track condition in depots and how the train operators were funded and how they fund the work and the challenges and efficiencies demanded, before moving on to the construction of the single well maintenance depot on High Speed 1 near Gravesend, and that was a fantastic project to really put engineering and project management skills together. I then moved on to the Woolwich Arsenal DLR extension, which again was just something completely different. Slab track, pumping concrete through tunnels, laying track, setting it out, worrying about noise and vibration, all the while hitting a client deadline. You know, the opening date was immovable because the Mayor of London had declared that was the opening date. So all that challenge around programme, timescale, efficiencies, you know, all stood me in good stead. At that stage, I wanted to get back to maintenance and join Network Rail. So you could see that at that time in 2008, the supply chain contracts were kind of drying up. So I took a leap, and I encourage anybody that, you know, if you find that you need a change, you know, there are plenty of opportunities, and I joined Network Rail. And worked my way up through the maintenance organisation. So, you know, fully support what Nick has said. I really enjoyed Project Land, but that first year experience in my industry year in a maintenance depot kind of was too close to my heart. So, you know, moved up the ranks from assistant TME at Dartford, a couple of stints as a track maintenance engineer in Watford, so West Coast Main Line, and then Orpington, suburban London, but a bit of main line as well. So a wide range of demands and different ways of working. But then stepped into the route asset manager job as then in Sussex and then Wessex for a total period of about 6 or 7 years. And again, that gives me an insight into the client side of renewals. So, you know, project delivery, maintenance, and then, you know, how do you do asset management? How do you pull it together to set the plan to deliver the needs? So I've been fortunate enough in my career to have a very well-rounded experience in that period of time. And then through the PPF reorganisation in October last year, was appointed as the regional head of engineering for Track on Southern. And I've barely found my feet a year in with all the challenges that we've faced. Next slide, please. So we just want to play this video as a bit of a segue into sort of the content of the rest of the slides. So we'll play that now. It'll just take a second to come through.
So we are saying, don't go to work, go to work. Don't take public transport, go to work, don't go to work. Stay indoors. If you can work from home, go to work. Don't go to work. Go outside, don't go outside. And then we will or won't do something or other.
I can't help but that make me smile every time. And some of you might think, what is that about? What's that got to do with track renewals? And I do think, sorry, hold on, slow down, get back. So kind of, it makes me smile, and I kind of have to self-reflect that there's a bit of a sort of, you know, self-humor there. But I can imagine all of you think, you know, whether it's RAMs or clients or sponsors or everything else, you know, the message is always confused. We keep getting competing demands, whether it's, I want a low unit rate, but I want no changes to the plan. But I want high quality. We definitely want high quality. That's what we need. We need high quality, and we want full volume. So we want both. Absolutely want both. But at the same time, we don't want any overruns. We don't want everyone's kind of an overrun. Oh, and we need efficiency. We definitely need efficiency. We need efficiency. Of course, we need efficiency. I definitely compliance to standards. You need to be fully compliant to standards. But we definitely, and absolutely no access. It's just non-negotiable. And so on and so on and so on. So I think we recognise that. I certainly did as a RAM, and we kind of summarise it in one way. What do we think the regions want on the routes? We want our very lovely cake, of course we do, and we want to eat it. And whether that's true to say in every instance or not, it's kind of the thing that everybody needs to recognise, is that the wider demands of the industry, the wider demands of the railway, for us to deliver our timetable, to deliver our safety and legislative requirements, as Nick has said, we will always be demanding clients. We will always be demanding regions and routes that want what we want, and we need, you know, that's just the way it's always going to be. It's not a conflict. It's not there to say it's a direct instruction or it's immovable. But we always need to aspire to delivering everything. That's kind of, you know, we want everything. We want our cake and we want to eat it. Next slide, please. But then I have to question, are we aligned then? Are we all aligned from top to bottom, left to right, end to end, in the entire process of doing renewals? Are we aligned in our thinking? Do we believe we are aiming for the same thing? What do you think, individually, collectively, as your team, what do you think is success? Is it following process? Well done, we've complied to grip, we've complied to pace, we've met our deadlines, we've delivered our full volume. Well done, we've delivered our full volume, but what about quality? Is quality a success? Have we delivered value for money? Nick has alluded to the scale of the challenge we have. Are we delivering value for money? Are we delivering safely? Has everybody walked home safe every day? Is the asset safe? Is it fit for line speed? And are we delivering sustainably? We have a huge challenge around environmental sustainability, staff sustainability, you name it. We have a challenge on our hands, and are we delivering that sustainability program? Do we think narrowly around, look at that track renewal, wasn't that brilliant? Look at it, it looks lovely, it's full volume, it's modern, it's absolutely fantastic. Or are we thinking about what the end of it is? Are we delivering that renewal for the service that our passengers need and our freight users need? Are we delivering the expectations of our regulator and funding and meeting the regulatory compliance, but also the funding aspects of the ORR? Because the ORR wear two different hats. So are we part of the same team? Are we meeting our obligations? Are we pushing that safety, innovation, thinking, carbon reduction, driving efficiency? Next slide. So why do we do renewals then? You know, why are they important? Because sometimes we're just rail sleeper ballast between A and B. Well, that's what we do. But there's a reason why these things are delivered. So the first thing, we as an industry need to deliver trains on time. That's our pitch, that's our sell, that's what we commit to do through the timetable. And don't forget, when you're a passenger on a train, how frustrated are you when that isn't on time, when you're late? Well, we're all part of that system, and our objective is to deliver those trains on time. It's the timetable, that's what we're here to do. We, as part of that, deliver the infrastructure that allows those trains to run on time. There's so many things that we cannot influence, but we absolutely can influence. Safety, that the asset is safe, the asset is reliable, and the asset is available. So that is our commitment, to deliver the infrastructure that allows the timetable to work. And within that, we then have an asset management regime where we inspect the asset, we maintain the asset, and we renew the asset, all in the aims of delivering that infrastructure, availability, safety, and reliability. But what comes with that is we need to commit to delivering right time, first time. We need to push hard at line speed handback, or at least published ESR handback, so it's all recognised, it's all built in. No unplanned ESRs and no overruns, because every time those things happen, they impact our ability to have an available and reliable and safe infrastructure. That's what it's about. But to do all that, there's a lot of planning that's needed to go on. We know the huge amount of planning that goes on day in, day out to deliver success, to deliver that right time, first time. So robust designs are really important, because if you don't get the design right, things have a knock-on effect downstream. Stage gate delivery, it is really important that stage gates are delivered to the right quality and on time. We're not slipping the programme and pushing all the stuff to the right. We absolutely need to make sure we've agreed the scope and we meet the cost and volume commitments. And the reason why all that is important, everybody, is that if we do all that and we do what we say we were going to do, and we meet our obligations and we meet our commitments, it means we can do more work. Every overspend, every slight increase of budget, every change, and some of this change is down to the client asking for more, asking for something different. I get that. Some of it is because we didn't deliver our stage gate properly. We shortened volume to meet DWWP or to make sure we don't overrun. But all that means is that we have an increased unit rate, we spend more money for less, we get less work out of it. So the more efficient we are and the more credible we are at delivering right time renewals that feed into the end game, increases our credibility with regulators, increase our credibility internally within NR, we will therefore be able to seek more money, we can deliver more work, and we are in a more sustainable business model. So there's some really good thoughts in there that we should consider over the next few weeks and months. Okay, next slide, please. So just a couple of slides to go. What's passionate to me is the kind of the high asset management, and I called it asset management intentionally because we've got maintenance, we've got renewals, we've got the asset management team, client sponsor, whatever else, but it all comes together, and there's a reason why this is important. So there's an extract in our key maintenance standard. There's around the key principle of management of risk, and risk may be related to safety, performance, cost, or shortened asset life. And it goes on to say that the track maintenance engineer and section manager identify the risk of those track assets, assess the risks, and take action to control them. Now, that is all part of, really high level, the way that we manage the track asset. So we inspect the asset, we maintain the asset, we refurbish the asset, and we renew the asset. Those are all the actions that are taken to control those risks. And renewal and refurbishment is a big part of that picture. So every time you intervene on the track and deliver a brand new renewal, it is all there, a refurbishment activity. It's all there to help the TME and section manager manage the risk to the asset, and us as a business managing the risk to the asset. So, final kind of takeaways for me. 1, openness and transparency. A problem shared is a problem solved. We need an open and transparent relationship across the end-to-end process, across the system. If we hold on to issues, we commit to stuff and we don't deliver through, we don't feel as if we can have that challenging conversation with each other, we're not going to get anywhere. So openness and transparency is a really key message. Escalate risk early. And I know I've met many track maintenance people, track renewals people, and myself who just keep saying, I can solve this problem. I'm going to keep owning it. I'm going to keep solving. Oops, it's too late. Why didn't I escalate that earlier? And as a RAM, the thing that used to frustrate me the most was, whether it's financial forecasting processes, stage gate processes, or whatever that looked like, problems that people knew about but sat on it, thinking they could solve it, and it only popped out at the last minute when there was no chance at all to support and fix and deal with those issues, was my biggest bugbear. If you tell me there's a cost pressure, a design pressure, a spec pressure, a standards challenge, tell us early. If you escalate those risks early, we have more time and we can find a way forward together, and we can absolutely fix it. And when that has been done, we've managed to resolve issues in a timely fashion, and the renewal carries on seamlessly. Next point. And deliver what we commit to do. Again, if you're going to deliver volume in a unit rate, or deliver a volume in a cost, and the investment paper goes to panel, it says we're going to deliver 20 kilometres for X amount of millions, that's a commitment. That's what we're saying. It's almost like a contract. If I'm going to deliver a design at T12, deliver the design at T12. It undermines confidence, it puts risk into everything, and it kind of dilutes that openness and transparency if we don't. So please deliver what you commit to do, because we have to trust that we can do that. We need that trust, but we also need people to improve. Challenge yourselves day in, day out. What can I do to continuously improve? So what happened at the last job? What can we do on the next one to make that one slightly better? But don't be heroic. We don't need to, put man on the moon. We don't need to do, drastic heroic stuff, because that again overcommits and under delivers, and then we end up eroding that trust. So challenge yourselves to continually improve, but don't be heroic. And my firm belief is that I'm not a track renewals expert. I've dabbled in project land, but it wasn't 27-hour weekends. It wasn't what, sort of the experience that Nick has had in the past. So I'm not an expert in track renewals, but I have an idea. I have a good idea. Maybe a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, but you guys are the expert. You guys and girls, your teams are all the experts in this stuff. So challenge those processes, challenge the standards, challenge the way we client, to drive that innovation, to drive that safety improvement, to drive that efficiency improvement. We are all open to those challenges. Sometimes it may not feel like it, but maybe it's because of the way the timing of it and all that good stuff. But please, you're all the experts. And we will come on to questions, but what I'm really keen on is to gather your ideas. Take this away and just think about, what can we all do in your little bit of the business, in your little bit of the renewals process and wider, to drive that improvement, to drive that efficiency, to drive that safety improvement. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that, Colin. So we'll move on to your Q&A session then. So again, just a reminder for people, attendees, to use the question box on the side of your screen to enter your questions. And yeah, we'll make a start. So the first question has come in from Philip Holborn. So the question is, hi Colin, with the devolution of many NR roles into the supply chain, do you see robust design as getting easier or more likely to be harder?
So I think this principle, my view is anyway, as a principle that stands, is that we can kind of change the organisation and we can change where we put functions, where we put people, whether it's in the supply chain or whether it's in NR, and whether it's with the RAM team or whether it's with IP or capital delivery as it is now, whether it's with the alliance. It doesn't really matter. The key thing is it's about behaviours, and it's about being able to operate in an open and transparent collaborative relationship. And we all need to open up to that and be really clear on what we're asking people to do. So what is the remit? Are we absolutely clear on the specification? What is it we want? And allow people to innovate through that design. But equally, a design on a bit of paper, can it be delivered? Can it be delivered efficiently and safely as planned? Because there is only so much access windows that we can do things in. And equally, will it leave a sustainable asset for maintenance to look after? And there isn't, maybe one size doesn't fit all, but there's always ideas that we're willing to see. And if there are standards that are challenging in certain circumstances, but there's different ideas, challenge it, push back, open up those ideas, put suggestions forward. So I'm not really sure design house sitting in one box or another. The fundamental principles around behaviours and how we work together to deal with the challenges ahead.
Thanks, Colin. Just probably a general question. What practical things can regional engineers do and capital delivery track teams do to better work together to make sure that we get the right requirements for track renewals projects?
So I think that the simple practical things are to be clear as to why we're doing the renewal. But what is it? What is the problem? What is the reason we're doing that renewal? So that there's clarity from the start as to what the purpose of the job is. And I think certainly my perspective, and I know some RAMs are different. Human beings, that's the way it is. It's real sleeper ballast. It's there to. We want track to deliver a solution to a problem, and capital delivery should be empowered to then think through how to do these things differently, how to package the work up, maybe to feel empowered to talk to access planning with regional and route engineer support to develop the right product. Now, the key thing is to make sure that we're all in agreement as to the likelihood of the cost of the job. I know it's difficult to put the final pounds and pence on it, but we need to collaborate right up front. So CP7 discussions are already ongoing with the regulator. It'll not be far off that we will be set our regional budgets for CP7. So capital delivery and regional colleagues should be talking to each other right now about influencing how much what is the unit rate we're committing to, so that we give ourselves a fighting chance. Because I think for 3 control periods in a row, we have and across all assets, we have failed to deliver the unit rates that we have all committed to as an industry. So certainly that for me is one of the biggest things, is to work collaboratively in setting the business plan and making sure business plans are aligned, so that there's harmony through the process. There's many more things, I'm sure, Liam, but yeah, given time, that's probably one of the key things.
No, thanks. So there's probably a follow-on question. There's a few that have come in, but a follow-on question to sort of sum them up. I think Jeff Bean's made a few comments about better remits and requirements equals more clarity. But anyway, the question is, how do lost it, sorry. How does the industry balance collaboration and working together versus the commercial situation, which always affects what gets done?
So again, I think we have to recognise that there are commercial agreements in place, and equally, openness and transparency should allow those conversations to happen. So again, the opposite kind of conversation needs to kind of be there from a kind of alliance or contractor into capital delivery into the region and route, which is broad principles of what the commercial arrangements are, so that if you make a change, Mr. Ram or Mr. Route Engineer, to that job 3 weeks out, the commercial impact of that is this. But if you made that change 3 years out, there is no commercial impact. So it's a two-way conversation, because we all have our role to play in that sausage machine of track renewals. We're not all experts in each of those stages, so it's incumbent on each of us to be open and transparent around the challenges that each of those phases and each of those points along the process have. And we do need to kind of open up those commercial conversations around the impact of decisions that routes and regions make on the cost and the commercial impact of the work. So again, we could talk forever on these sorts of things, but I think that's the key message again is openness and transparency around those challenges.
Thank you. A couple of slightly different subjects now. Possibly this is very Southern specific, this one, but Colin, could you share your views on the role of high output renewals in the context of Southern?
Wow. So we would love it. I'm just going to be brutally honest. We would love it, but there's two challenges for us on Southern with regards to deployment of high output. One of them is the condition of the Southern region asset. We haven't had the legacy of the Phil Ransom, Nick Millington program in the 70s, where from the 70s but into recent times, where there was a £600 million plus campaign to renew all that asset at once. We even in the 70s we don't have the legacy of big campaigns that all happened in big lengths of plain line. So we are really limited as to where we can deploy high output in a meaningful way to drive value for money, where we get decent midweek access that will deliver us volume. There are places, but they're not where we want them. So we have a demand of track renewals in inner London and sort of outer London areas where it's impossible to put the kit. So that's kind of one challenge, which is we've got a demand that doesn't necessarily meet deploying the kit. And then equally, I'm afraid to say, it again comes down to value for money. If I add up the unit rate of a ballast cleaning and a TRS, it is more expensive for us on Southern than it is to do a conventional Cat 11. And that is a challenge we need to think about and look into. So again, I think we need to move away from, as client, saying I want high output renewal or I want Cat 11 renewal. I think that's probably a flaw in how we report our volumes and how we determine our volumes in the systems. We should be saying I want real sleepers ballast between A and B, and have those conversations so that if high output kit can be deployed efficiently, I'd rather that's a capital delivery decision because it's part of their innovation, their empowerment to review what kit they have available, what tools they have in the toolkit to deliver the renewal. But what we end up falling into is we do high output campaigns, and in my RAM job as Wessex previously, the only place we could put it was south of Woking. Really, we couldn't get it north of Woking. Now I need to do loads of renewals north of Woking, so there wasn't enough volume left to make an efficient campaign. So if there's a different way of looking at high output, we are absolutely all ears. But that's the challenge we have on Southern. Those are the two key challenges that we have.
Thank you, Colin. Right, so I think we're looking at the time. We've got enough time for probably two more questions, if that's okay. So the first one is, so this, you maybe answer this from a regional perspective or maybe a national one. I'll let you think about it. But so what high-level consultations are happening with train operating companies regarding the most efficient way of working and how we must improve in the future? So I think the question is around: are there any conversations being had around changing the way we take line blockages and blockades to work more efficiently?
Yeah, well, absolutely. And this is good. Part of my answer is going to sound slightly shouldered, and they'll go, oh, here we go again. But actually, the development team, our track development team, play a huge role in this. And I know that some of them now work for the regional asset management team. Some of them still work in capital delivery. But there's a triangle involved in making in exploiting that, and the opportunity is only down to us. Okay, there's no magic person sitting somewhere ready to grant a big blockade just without being asked. Okay, so and most operators with the right case will be open to any of those conversations. So the key thing is to make sure that through the work bank being handed into development land, we get access planning teams on the pitch really early to see what the art of the possible is. How can we package this work up into bigger access? And we've had loads of success on Southern, most recently at Horsham and at Weybridge, where we've taken, we at Weybridge we removed a diamond, or renewed a couple of fixed diamonds, removed the longest standing speed on our region. And we did it on a non-conventional 4-day weekend, so it wasn't in a bank holiday, it wasn't in it wasn't Christmas or Easter, it was completely out of that pattern. And upcoming, we're doing a midweek possession, between, I think it's Bournemouth and Weymouth, to do renewal activity, which is Monday to Friday, which is unheard of. Time and again, if we engage people early with the right justification, train operators tend to be open to the case of not closing 6 weekends in a row or getting it all done in 5 days. It's incumbent in us all to do that, but I think track development have a huge role to play, because you guys are the ones that deliver the work. The planning and delivery of the work is designed by you guys and girls, so you need to be on the pitch with regards to those discussions. So be demanding. If there's a better way of doing it and a cheaper way of doing it, give those options through those conversations.
Thank you. And last question, quite a big question, save to the last one perhaps, from Ross Bridden. Do you think greater powers to control regional variance of standards would help drive efficiencies and mitigate risk, as standards could be focused against the needs and concerns of regional engineers?
So I think that opportunity broadly exists at the minute, and I do think we need to evolve the process, and embed sort of the 5 regions as a level playing field with the TA with regards to what standard changes we want to make and how do we influence it. We're our own worst enemies, because we always have an opportunity to influence the shape of standards, and then we time out, and the standard then gets published, and then we have a bit of a gripe about it. But equally, I do think we need to go further with the PPF devolution aspect of it. But it'll come with us committing to input into that and writing part of the standards in a different way. But certainly, any idea to prove that we can mitigate the risk and deliver the intent of the standard, but just in a different way that will drive efficiency and saving, is an open door as far as I'm concerned, and we should always be pushing for that. But that opportunity has existed, and will remain an opportunity if we just commit a bit of time and input to doing it.
Excellent, thank you, Colm. So that brings the Q&A to a close. So I'd like to thank both Nick Millington and Colm Kavanagh for the presentations. Colm, thanks in particular for being in the hot seat for so long during the Q&A session. Yeah, so thank you, much appreciated. So we're now going to take a break. So please all take this opportunity to get up from your screens, go up and grab a cup of tea or coffee, and we will be reconvening for part 2 at 10:35. So I will see you all then. Okay, so welcome back everybody. Welcome back to part 2 of the National Track Renewals Engineering Conference, which is being facilitated by the PWI. So continuing on from our theme of the challenges and opportunities which are faced by track renewals, we now have 2 presentations on the subjects of gauging and decarbonisation, which will be followed by a joint Q&A. So first up, I'd like to welcome Mark Ward. So Mark Ward is a principal engineer for Network Rail. He has a background in electrical controls and in electronics manufacturing. He joined Railtrack in 2001 and was appointed as a gauging assistant in 2004. Since then, he's been involved in a wide range of gauging related roles, all within Network Rail. And these include data collection, vehicle and infrastructure compatibility, assurance and standards management. Mark sits as a group member on the RSSB Vehicle Structures System Interface Committee, helping to drive research and future standard requirements. So Mark, I'll now hand over to you.
Okay, thank you, Liam, and good morning, everybody. Today, it's a good opportunity to talk to people about where we're going with gauging and what we're trying to do. There's a couple of slides that set the scene, and then we're going in a bit of a technical dive into some of the new methodologies we're bringing in. So the first one, I guess, is, whoops, gone too far. A bit on where we are with people. So in November 2022, PPF devolved the majority of the technical authority gauging engineers down to the routes and regions. So they've gone into route and regional gauging engineers jobs. Accountabilities that went with them was the gauge compatibility. So that's for new vehicles, introductions, vehicle cascades, freight, out of gauge loads, freight and charters, and new infrastructure. So signing off on Form A, Form B process. Publication of gauge capability. So that's updates of the NESA freight gauges and other management of gauging data. And the ownership of the gauging data, so the quality and the currency of the gauging data that's held within the National Gauging Database is integral to the accountability of the route and regional teams now. So the technical authority is now responsible for standards. So we work with the internal Network Rail standards, supporting the routes and regions to make sure they're fit for purpose. We work with RSSB to make sure that the railway group standards and the rail industry standards are fit for purpose. We do quite a bit of high level assurance. We're delivering some R&D projects, which I'll talk about. And we're also working with delegated authority for now, although that may change in the future with devolution. Okay, so first around gauging group standards and the RISs. One of the big things that we're working on at the moment is the requirement for window boxes where routes have opening windows. It's causing quite a few issues on teams like the Transpennine route upgrade. They are having problems meeting the requirements because we're trying to squeeze ever bigger freight and passenger vehicles into a small space. Obviously 450 millimeters to all of the infrastructure doesn't work everywhere. There's a problem with the fact that there's a lot of modern rolling stock doesn't have opening windows for staff. It's all air conditioned now, so passengers can no longer lean out of windows, which is a good thing in terms of safety. However, the requirements are still there within the group standards. The ORR are asking that people that operate mainly aimed at the heritage movements, they have rolling stock with opening windows. They've got controls on there by March 2023. So at that point, we'll have no longer need the requirement for the passenger opening windows. So we're working with the RSSB to see if that can be removed. The other thing is we want to see it calculated better, so that we think that the 250 millimeter requirement for staff will still remain in place. However, we need to see it calculated better, because at the moment we just consider it as a block the right way down the side of the vehicle, regardless of where the windows are located on the rolling stock. What that means is it doesn't take account of end and center throw. So on curvature, you need the same amount of space on the outside as you do on the inside of the track. So it's a little bit out of date how it's calculated. The other recent one which is impacted on gauging is the publication of RIS 7773, which is an infrastructure data standard format. What that is the minimum level required to be able to interchange data between different softwares. So for gauging analysis. Okay. The network rail standards, we are currently rewriting 3201 and 3203. So the driving for that is improvements to data collection, data currency within the NGD, the risk assessment approach to gauging management. So at the moment, we are measuring a lot of structures too regularly that don't really present much risk. And there's a few that we don't measure enough. So the standard really is trying to focusing on the ones that matter. So there's about 10 to 15,000 structures on the UK network that really are important and we need to look at. The rest of them are very low risk. So we're trying to focus in on those. The other improvement we're trying to put in is the PTI focus. So platform train interface, making sure that the Copa edge is in the right position for passengers to safely get on and off trains. It is quite high risk element of what we do as a network rail infrastructure manager. But we need to make sure that everybody's playing their part in that. So there will be some safety improvement if we're measuring less and focusing on the important ones, because if we're doing less monitoring at the moment, gauging can be quite heavily manually. So platforms, for example, you're out there monitoring those on a regular basis. If we're doing that less, then there's less. That is a safety improvement that can be delivered through the new standards. We are currently running, as I mentioned, some R&D work. So we've got a gauging improvement program underway. So we're looking at 4 areas basically. So surveying equipment improvements, so getting more of the newer equipment, so the point cloud measurement approved. Automated data processing, so being able to use artificial intelligence to drive, rather than people sitting there editing all the data, using artificial intelligence on gathered point cloud data to turn that into gauging information, which is pretty good. We've got a program looking at defining track fixity everywhere. So that will be important when I'll come on to that in a bit, because track fixity plays a big part in the tolerances which you put into gauging calculations. Probabilistic gauging is a bit that I'm going to focus on, and the vehicle modelling for the rest of this session. So probabilistic gauging, these are the bits that we're going to cover today. It is a fly through, so if anyone has any more in-depth questions, feel free to contact me and I can talk to you about that. So this is what we're going to do. What is it? How does it differ from absolute gauging technology? What's it do for efficiency? What are the limitations? How are we introducing it and the timescales and the challenges and risks of that introduction process? Right, so gauging process. We've got gauging inputs and outputs. So the blue boxes are the inputs that you need to do gauging analysis. So you need infrastructure data, so that is either national gauging data database data or design data if you're renewing or designing a new piece of infrastructure. We've got the vehicle data, so that's the vehicle models, the gauge models, and all the other things. So we've got the standard requirements. So we've got some very prescribed tolerances and allowances which you need to calculate and allow for when you're calculating clearances. That all goes into gauging analysis software. At the moment, there are 2 main players within the market. So that's ClearRoute and dgauge PHX Dynamics /Rift. Out of that, you get the gauging outputs, which is a series of data. So for probabilistic, it doesn't change overall process. It changes little bits within it. So the existing absolute gauging methodology, we get the outputs, we derive clearances and clearance categories as described in 7073, and we determine if intervention is required. So that intervention is required if we're doing new vehicle introductions, so cascades of vehicles, new vehicles onto the route, freight enhancements, maintenance. So they've got a limited amount of scope of what you can do. You can't generally lower track unless you're into ballast cleaning. So there are some limitations around what maintenance can and can't do. A lot of it tends to be managed through Renewal for the getting gauging clearance and enhancements. So changes to the process where you go for probabilistic gauging methodology. The yellow boxes remain exactly the same. So what we do a screening run of the absolute gauging, and then we determine if they're normal clearances on a location by location basis. And if there are all normal clearances, we just put that down the bottom line. It goes into making the decision. If there are less than normal clearances, then we assess it with probabilistic methodology. And the reason for that screening run is that we take a lot of processing time to do probabilistic methodology, but the results give you a more defined output for it. So we go through the top box. We assess it with probabilistic methodology, then we derive the clearances and the clearance categories, put all the data back together and determine if intervention is still required at that point. Probabilistic methodology builds on research from 3 projects within RSSB. So there's T373, which was reducing uncertainties in structure gauging. There's T670, which was the investigation of the cumulative effect of vehicle tolerances on gauging. And there's T1750, which was the avoidance of bridge reconstruction. Now, the latter one was mainly focused on electrification, which is quite a hot topic at the moment. But the principles of where your pantograph is, if you follow it down, the pantograph is connected to the train, so the principles are the same for that purpose. Okay, so within probabilistic gauging and absolute gauging, we have a number of vehicle tolerances and considerations. So the green boxes are unchanged. The light blue boxes, are where we do something different with it for probabilistic gauging. So the first thing we look at is dynamic movement that's generated by track roughness. So we use that as a variable, and the dynamic movement from incremental loading, so whether something is fully loaded or tear, has a bearing on how much space it takes up when it's moving around. So within the probabilistic methodology, we apply loading in 10% increments. The other one that we change for probabilistic is whether something is deflated or inflated. So where we have airbag stock, at the moment with absolute gauging, it assumes that everything is deflated and everything is inflated. So you're doing it at your maximum and minimum ranges. For probabilistic, the approach that we take is a 1% chance of deflated suspension and a 99% chance of inflated. Now, you could argue that that is still quite conservative because 1 in 100 trains isn't running around with deflated airbags. However, we do need to make sure that if the manufacturers of the trains have declared that as a credible state, then we need to allow for it when we're calculating clearances. Okay, infrastructure tolerances. Currently, we only look at the survey tolerances which are applied. So we do a bit of a spread on them. So some things are 15 millimeters. We'll take that from 0 all the way to 15 and back again. The reason we're not touching the infrastructure tolerances at the moment too much is that the work that we're doing with track fixity will feed into this as an allowance. The problem we have is that track fixity varies from location to location. There are just too many variables that we have out on the network. So a lot of it, tight curvature, straight track, we've got to consider that, and track won't move the same way in all locations. So there's the reason we're not currently focusing too much on the infrastructure tolerances. So how do we do it? So if we're doing a probabilistic run on a gauging analysis, what we do is take a number of different variables and change them. So instead of doing a one-off calculation at one location, we do a 10,000 off calculation at that location. This is why it takes the extra time. And what we have is the fixed allowances, so the effective track position, we consider that for every single assessment that we do. We have a survey tolerance, which changes from assessment to assessment. The loading assessment changes again from assessment to assessment, so run to run. And then the suspension and the dynamic movement also change. So what we do, we've got there's a random generator of the tolerances and picks the state that they go at. We do a 10,000 off run and then put all of those numbers or resulting clearances back together and take a distribution of it, which represents roughly about 97.6% of the results. So you may get some weird outlying tolerances which you cannot actually get to in reality. So maximum dynamic movement on deflated suspension, for example, that's very rare because the way the trains are designed, they sit back in on themselves and you're relying on primary suspension at that point. So it's by taking the kind of the 97% of the data, it's said to be more representative of what we do and what's happening in reality in terms of clearances. Okay, so what does it do for efficiencies? So it calculates more representative clearances. So probably absolute gauging takes every single tolerance and says that they're all at the maximum at any one time. This gives you a more equal spread. It increases calculated clearances under most conditions. There are some conditions where it may actually be broadly similar to to absolute gauging. We think it's going to drive a reduction in maintenance monitoring. So if more clearance categories are driven up, so if, special reduced become reduced and reduced become normal under probabilistic, there's a benefit there in terms of not going out and looking at infrastructure, monitoring it on a regular basis. New vehicle introductions, so they will benefit in the fact that we'll have increased calculated clearances to the network when we're introducing a new vehicle. What that does, it means we're doing less work. Usually it generates quite a bit of platform COPA adjustments for a new vehicle introduction. We don't think it will drive as many as those as it currently does. Less infrastructure work. Less infrastructure work is more infrastructure availability time, and it's also less people out on track undertaking the work. And overall, it gives an increased understanding of the gauging risk. It allows us to see the wood for the trees. So if you're a TME and you've got 500 fouls on your patch, it will bring that number down and it will enable you to start really looking at what the risk is around that. Okay. So what are the limitations? So vehicle models are our first limitation. So only multi-body simulated derived dynamic movements can be used. So that is vampire and SimPac type vehicle models. We can't use it on the freight W gauges. So we have a limitation within the freight W gauges. How they determined it's an amalgamation of numerous different suspension types. So we can't use that to enable it to be used within a probabilistic gauging because it's not representative of any one individual wagon. We can use it for individual wagon and load combinations if we've got a good model of the wagon. So that's something we're working with the freight industry to look at. It doesn't negate group standard requirements. So it's all the usual questions around reasonable opportunity, especially at platforms. We have a requirement to put platform COPAs in at 915 high and 730 745 offset. That still stays the same. So it's more, you'll be relying more on the reasonable opportunity if we're doing renewals through platform areas. It doesn't resolve all areas. Now, some locations might be quite problematic. If freight, because of the restrictions on using freight, if freight is your worst vehicle or gauge at that location, then you still would be doing, track movement or infrastructure movement to accommodate that freight. But overall, there are quite a few things in there that give us a benefit. Okay, how are we introducing it? So the methodology, we have demonstrated it on a Scotland Glasgow over Mallaig route a couple of years ago now. We are taking it through Network Rail system review panel to make sure that we are controlling any risk that may be introduced by this methodology. Because this is a railway interface, i.e. it's not just all a Network Rail duty holder, it's also our TOCs and THOC colleagues when they're introducing new trains. We do require a railway industry standard to control all of the methodology for compatibility assessment. Okay, so what that means is we are now working with the RSSB to get the RIS developed. It ensures that all of the elements that are used within the methodology are documented correctly and anybody can apply it. So that will mean it's a fairly level playing field. If anyone wants to come along and introduce new software for doing gauging analysis, then this is the manual of how you would do it. It also drives down costs, so that the more people that can do it, we're not reliant on any one supplier to, you can then, price accordingly. So it introduces a little bit of competition into the software market. And it also ensures that any future changes are properly documented and agreed by industry. So somebody can't, come along and say, actually, I want to ignore all the vehicle loading. My software does this. You've got to go through it and demonstrate that that's a safe way to do it. The RIS, we are looking at probably 12 to 18 months before it's been finalised and published. But that means that we can start using it in industry for purposes of proper introduction of new rolling stock, introducing new infrastructure or modified infrastructure. Okay, the risks and the requirements for rollout. So vehicle models. So there is a big problem around vehicle models at the moment within the industry. We know that there's, and I will touch on this shortly. We know that if it's not a vampire-derived model or multi-body simulated, we can't use it within the gauging software. Also, if we're introducing new vehicles and using it for maintenance purposes, we need to make sure that the maintenance teams have the correct data. So, for example, if we were calculated in absolute condition, absolute gauging, it may show as a foul. If you were to use probabilistic, it might be a special reduced. If we don't have that reflected in our gauging management data, then all of a sudden we'll be into a world where we've introduced new vehicles, they've got fouls, and it triggers a whole load of maintenance monitoring. So we need to make sure that the data in the systems is correct for our end users. So there's a little bit about, how we develop that as a system, which we'll come on to. The last bit I want to talk about today is the vehicle modelling project. So cover why we are doing it. I've already touched a little bit on that, but I will go into a bit more depth. What the benefits are and what the challenges and risks are associated with it. So vehicle models. So the vehicle models, they are vital to gauging the process. We can't do it without them. They should contain all of the critical cross sections, so things like antenna on the roof, footsteps that stick out the side, all of the body location, the size of it. You have to contain all of the loading conditions, so what it looks like as a tear model, what it looks like as a fully crushed loaded model. They have all the dynamic movement, so the movement that's introduced with cant deficiencies, track roughness, etc. The curvature overthrow, so end and center throw for any one section along the length of the body. The manufacturing tolerances when they were built, so modern manufacturing is getting pretty good for making consistent body shells. Some of the earlier ones were plus or minus 15 to 20 millimeters. some of the later models, we're looking about plus minus 5 millimeters on the body shelf tolerances. And the maintained tolerances. So when a vehicle leaves the factory with a nice shiny new wheel set, as it gets some mileage on it, the wheels start degrading and coming down in height, turn the wheels. So the vehicle has got to represent sort of maximum and minimum wheel height. And also the operators and maintainers of the vehicles have then got a duty of care to maintain the vehicles within the gauging dynamic envelope. Okay, so currently there are 3 types of vehicle model which can be used in gauging analysis software. So with RIS 2773, that is the latest methodology. It's the agreed interface for industry. So if manufacturer A comes along and says, well, I want to provide my gauging model, that is the way they would do it now. Be identical for manufacturing B. They do the same thing. There's DG 501, so it's the old methodology. It's very conservative. It doesn't have all the finite movement that we have in the modern methodology. It's quite blocky in its responses to track geometry inputs. And there's Vampire and MBS derived dynamic movements. So part of the RIS 2773 requirement is that the dynamic movements have got to be Vampire or multi-body simulation derived. We need those types of dynamics to be able to use for probabilistic gauging as well. So that's one of the reasons why we're doing this. Okay, so the benefits that we're going to do. So the updated vehicle models will improve accuracy using the latest methodologies. So it enables us to use probabilistic gauging on there. The later Vampire and MBS derived data is far more accurate than the older versions. We've done a quick analysis and we think that there's about 50% of the existing models have low data quality, which is quite a poor showing really. However, the majority of those have got clearance within the section appendix. So we need to allow for them when we're doing renewals and designs around the renewals. So that's quite important that we get better data from those. Northern Project a couple of years ago now, they actually remodeled a problematic vehicle. So it's class 153 and 155. The suspension drop overall was nowhere near realistic, and it was causing a lot of issues with passenger footsteps at the platforms and under bridges when we're doing any design work. So having the vehicle remodeled to a more accurate basis, they spent about 26k to do it. The benefits in reduced infrastructure works, so avoided works, they calculated it was around £4 million. So there really is quite a bit of saving to be had out of this. Admittedly, the vehicle was an outlier in terms of really poor quality, but the benefit was there from doing that. Okay, the risks to roll out. We need cross-industry cooperation, so that's access to vehicles if we need to measure them, need to roll test them, etc. We need to make sure that everybody's playing their part, giving us the latest drawings. How do we ensure that the vehicle that we're measuring is representative of the fleet? So making sure that it's not, got worn out suspension, etc., and it's just one that's lying around in the depot. So we need to make sure that it's really good. The benefits may not be immediate for everybody. So, we may be sort of inconveniencing the TOCs and Roscoes by getting access to their vehicle. Unless there's a vehicle cascade underway, they don't actually see any benefit until it moves onto a different route in terms of the reduced work that they do. So that is me for now. Thank you all for listening. Like I say, any questions, please shout up and feel free to contact me at a later date if you want to.
Thank you, Mark. That was excellent. Thanks very much. And you'll be pleased to know that your presentation is generating lots of questions in the Q&A bar. So I'll be looking forward to that after the next presentation. So moving on then. So I'd now like to introduce Jamie Shaw. So Jamie Shaw is the low emission strategy lead for Network Rail. Jamie is a sustainability professional with 20 years experience across engineering. He's worked for a variety of blue chip British organisations, including aerospace, defence, Formula One, design engineering and the luxury automotive sector. He joined NR in February 2020 and now leads the low emission strategy for Network Rail, focusing primarily on renewable energy integration, vehicle fleet transition and whole life carbon thinking. So with that, Jamie, you should have control now. Over to you. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Liam. I thought for a sec you were going to do my whole presentation there. So thank you for that intro. Good to be with you all this morning. My wife is heavily pregnant and expecting a baby imminently, so hopefully I don't have to dash off halfway through. But thank you very much for the invitation to join you this morning. I'm going to hopefully bring kind of carbon and decarbonisation to life a bit, make it a little bit more visible and talk through some of the challenges and things that we can do to drive down our carbon emissions. Hopefully the content is of interest. I believe it's very kind of pertinent and timely at the moment, but hopefully it also links in quite neatly with the new Decarbonisation and Climate Change Committee that the PWI have set up. So with no further ado, I will crack on. I just wanted to set the scene really. You may recognise this slide from Nick's introduction earlier. We launched a sustainability strategy 12 months ago, and it's got 4 main pillars to it. The first of those is the low emission railway, and I'll obviously go into more detail during the course of this session on that. But I also just wanted to explain briefly the other 3 key pillars. One of which is biodiversity, and obviously the rail network pretty much reaches all 4 corners of the UK, and in doing so is passing through some very different environments. And we've set out some ambitious plans to ensure that we're not only maintaining biodiversity through those environments, but we're actually improving it over the coming years. Another element that's very, very important is obviously ensuring that the railway infrastructure is resilient to changing weather patterns and increased impact of climate change. Clearly that image kind of demonstrates that particular challenge perfectly, but that's obviously going to be something that's very important over the next 20-30 years as the climate changes and weather impacts us in different ways. And then fourthly, but by no means the least, is what we refer to really as the circular economy. So identifying ways that we can intelligently reuse materials, avoid using virgin materials wherever possible. That should help from both a cost perspective and also from my perspective in terms of driving down carbon emissions. So that was just to set the scene briefly from a sustainability perspective, but obviously we're going to focus more closely this morning on the low emission side of things, and in particular decarbonisation. Now, just before I get into the detail, just a little bit of audience participation. I'm very interested to know what you think in terms of your ability to influence decarbonisation in your role. So hopefully Kate can quickly run the poll for us. It's just a simple one, a yes or a no. And I'm just intrigued to hear what you think. The reason for asking this, I guess, from my perspective, there's a lot of talk about renewable energy and the things that we need to do, move away from using diesel and petrol, which is great, and that's paramount, and I'll explain a bit more this morning. But sometimes I think people can feel that's all we need to do, or all that can be done, and therefore it's outside of their scope. So hopefully you've had time to vote, and interested to see the results. Excellent. Okay, I wasn't necessarily expecting that. Good. So I'm talking hopefully to an open door, but what I want to do through the course of the presentation really is just I guess bring that kind of challenge to life, but also identify ways in which we can drive down the carbon side of things across infrastructure. So hopefully I now have control back. Yes, good. Right. Just before we get into the detail of the carbon side of things, apologies, but I did want to just briefly refer to COVID. And just to keep a kind of timeline in mind and a kind of cycle of continual improvement. So very quickly, kind of stepping back to the start of 2020, it's actually very near the end of January when 41 patients in China were identified with a kind of novel version of pneumonia, basically. So there was a lot of kind of confusion as to what it might be, and obviously a lot of work to identify what it might be. Fast forward a few weeks, and then the World Health Organization declared that this was a global pandemic, that there was a real problem, and that this was spreading very fast and infecting a lot of people. Within 12 months, so by the end of the calendar year, in major kind of markets, the UK, the USA, Europe, 3 vaccines, not just one, but 3 vaccines had been developed to help address some of the problems of this global pandemic. And the point here really is, obviously, there was a new challenge that came to light, but it's interesting, I think, to see how quickly society responded to that particular challenge. So within 12 months, this global pandemic was being kind of addressed through this vaccine program. And I think there's elements of this that we can kind of learn from and draw across to the decarbonisation challenge. So I just want you to kind of bear that kind of continual cycle of improvement in mind as we talk about decarbonisation, but also the principle, if you like, that we don't necessarily know everything, but it doesn't mean that we can't kind of progress and do things differently. So let me now just set the kind of scene from a carbon perspective, and firstly just set the context from a Network Rail perspective. So we've calculated our carbon emission footprint, and we've done that using the international standard, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. And this image is just trying to show a kind of visual representation of where those different emissions come from. So the first element is what we call Scope 1. This is our direct fuel use, so things like fuel in company vehicles, gas for heating. And we emit, on average, about 50,000 tonnes of carbon per year from that direct fuel use. Scope 2, it's classed as indirect, but basically for us, this is our electricity consumption for non-traction purposes. So your lighting in offices and stations, powering computers, etc. Now that equates to just under 200,000 tonnes of carbon per year. So our Scope 1, our Scope 2 emissions, in theory, those under our most direct control, the greatest ability for us to change or influence, total about 250,000 tonnes per year. So you've spotted that only accounts for 3% of our overall impact. So even if I'm successful in kind of reducing or even eliminating those emissions in this role, I've barely scratched the surface of the impact that we have as an organisation. And that's because the vast bulk of our emissions are coming from what's classed as Scope 3, which is basically everything else. But for us, really boils down to the materials that we use and all of those kind of products that we're buying in, cement, steel, ballast, and also the train operating companies and the freight operating companies obviously consuming fuel across the network. And combined, they're emitting in the region of kind of 80–90% of the impact, and the rest is made up from other things such as employee commuting, business travel, that kind of thing. But we do include all of those in the calculation. So that's just to set the scene from a Network Rail perspective. Obviously, therefore, we need to be thinking about how we can reduce Scope 3 as well as the work that we've got going on Scope 1 and 2. So what are we doing? Well, this is just a quick snapshot of some of the high-level targets that we've set. These focus on our Scope 1, Scope 2 emissions, so our gas use, fuel use, electricity consumption, and we've laid out targets across the control periods, the 5-year blocks of time, to take us to basically zero by 2050, which is our ultimate goal. We are the first railway organisation in the world to set science-based targets that align with only 1.5 degrees of warming, which is great, but it's a significant challenge to achieve those goals. So that's what we're planning to achieve out to 2050 for Scope 1 and Scope 2, but obviously we need to do something about Scope 3 as well. Initially, we're targeting suppliers who contribute or constitute 75% of our Scope 3 emissions. That equates to about 90 organisations, and I'm pleased to say that we're currently we've achieved 33% actually of getting those organisations to commit and set their own science-based targets. So we're asking them to follow in our footsteps and follow the same kind of journey that we are on. So we're making good progress on that, and obviously we need to collaborate with the supply chain to drive these emissions down. So that kind of explains what we're doing at a kind of high level for Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3 emissions. But I just wanted to also kind of approach this element from an industry level. Clearly, we want greater electrification across the network, and that gives us the ability to remove diesel from the network, diesel being a high carbon emitter, but also contributing problems to air quality. At the moment, diesel use across the network equates to about 2.3 million tonnes of carbon emissions per year, so quite a significant impact. Key point here, though, is that we can't just remove diesel and believe that electrification is zero carbon. That's not quite the case. So at the moment, if you combine traction power from electricity, that adds about another 1.1 million tonnes a year. So this is electricity drawn from national grid here in the UK, converted into carbon. So combined impact of kind of traction power is in the region of about 3.4 million tonnes of carbon per year. So as well as electrifying and being able to remove diesel from the network, we also need to ensure that we're powering the network through renewable sources. So there's a lot of work kicked off to look at power purchase agreements and how we can introduce new additional renewable power into the UK and directly connect that to the network, basically, and start to tackle some of that 3.4 million tonne challenge. But it doesn't end there. It gets very complicated when we start to look at whole life carbon, and I'll explain during the course of the session a bit more about what whole life carbon is. But we need to consider particularly the kind of embodied carbon in the infrastructure, so all of the materials that we use to maintain, enhance, improve the network, but also ultimately as an industry, the embodied carbon of any rolling stock that's in use on the network. Now, these calculations are far more difficult to kind of calculate accurately compared to your energy consumption. Dare I say it, that's much simpler, converting kind of kilowatt hours and litres of fuel into carbon than it is trying to work out the embodied carbon of all of the different materials. But we're making progress. But initial estimates by the RSSB estimate that kind of embodied carbon could account for up to 5 million tonnes per year. So on its own, so to speak, that could actually be bigger than the traction side of things. But as I say, it's a complicated kind of calculation, and clearly we need to get more granularity into those calculations. And that's hopefully where you as an audience can help not only identify that carbon, but also identify ways to reduce it. So let's just unpick that in a little bit more detail. I've got a fairly kind of simple example here looking at track replacement, tackling whole life carbon. And we break whole life carbon down into three kind of distinct elements, and those what we call embodied carbon, capital carbon, and operational carbon. Capital carbon, due to its nature, means it's kind of split into two parts, but it's all banded under one area. So the idea here is that for embodied carbon, we're trying to understand the impact of extracting raw materials from the ground, transporting those raw materials to a factory, and converting that into something that can be that is manufactured and can then be used in our instance, obviously, on the railway network. The capital carbon side of things starts then with supply and installation. So this is the transport of the manufactured product to the site where it needs to be used, and then it's either constructed or it's installed, and there's obviously a carbon impact associated with that activity as well. Operational side of things, in terms of track, may be fairly limited, but this is obviously looking at the impact of said infrastructure in use during its lifetime. And then the final element is when that asset, whatever it might be, comes to the end of its life and in theory is decommissioned, and materials may well be removed from site and hopefully recycled or reused. So that's the basic kind of model. And within Network Rail, it's a little bit of an old model now, but I think it hopefully just brings things to life. There's some really good work done using the rail carbon tool to establish what the kind of embodied impact of track is, and it equates to roughly 360 tonnes of carbon per kilometre of track. So in the kind of example that was created, it was a 6 kilometre project up in Scotland. You're looking at roughly 2,000 tonnes of carbon that are emitted just from the materials used in that particular activity. You can do that using the rail carbon tool, some really good kind of carbon conversion data in there. It's a little bit more difficult to calculate accurately the rest of the kind of whole life carbon equation, but some estimates have been put together. And what was quite surprising is that actually, whilst you might think that the embodied carbon would be the biggest impact, potentially all of the other phases contribute roughly the same level of impact. So the point here is, I'm sure you've done the maths, that 2,000 plus 2,000 equates to 4,000 tonnes. But the point here is that actually there's an ability to reduce our carbon emissions across all aspects, all phases of a project's life cycle. So we need to bear that in mind. What we don't want to do is suddenly reduce carbon in one particular phase of a project's life cycle, but actually find that we've just shifted it to another phase. That can be a kind of negative, a serious negative, if you like, of not considering whole life carbon. Clearly, when you scale this up across all of the track that we manage, you can start to see how big an impact we're potentially having through all of the kind of renewals and replacement activity. So that's a kind of brief worked example that we've done in-house, so to speak. I now just want to take you through a far more detailed study that we've done in conjunction with Siemens, colleagues internally, but also an external agency who specialise in this kind of activity. And what we've done is basically unpick signalling. We actually did it in two parts. We looked at conventional and existing signalling systems, and the image on screen is basically showing all of the elements that make up a signalling system. And we also compared it to a future digital solution to try and understand the carbon differences between conventional and digital. And the point here really, I guess, of this image is just to try to bring to life A, how many elements make up a system, but B, how complex that then becomes when you're looking at whole life carbon. Now, from a passenger perspective, most of them would probably recognise, say, the LED head and the fact that the train passes a red or green signal. But this image is trying to basically bring to life, as I say, all of the different elements that you need to consider. And as a collaborative project, that work was done and gave us great insight. And what we're able to do was follow another kind of international standard called the PAS 2080 methodology. So this is a carbon management standard, and that breaks data down into three kind of key phases. So again, previous example, this is really looking at embodied carbon, capital carbon, and operational carbon. So module A in this instance is the embodied carbon, module B is the use and operation of a said asset, and C is the end of life. Now you can clearly see from the results that module C and end of life is a very small element. So I'll focus more predominantly on modules A and B. Clearly, use in this instance, because it was signalling, the use phase was where the biggest impact occurs. So this is basically the power that's being consumed to power the signalling system during its lifetime. But if you imagine that we're actually able to power the network, as I mentioned earlier, from renewable sources, then we basically take out the vast majority of the impact of module B. It won't be completely zero, but we've significantly reduced the size of that bar, and you'll be much closer to the kind of level of module C. So that leaves module A. So what are we doing there? What can we do to reduce the kind of embodied carbon impact of all of the materials that we're using? So using this methodology, breaking the kind of life cycle of the asset down in this way gives us great insight into where the carbon hotspots are, and therefore where we can potentially reduce carbon in the future. We're planning to roll out that same methodology to other assets. We're just kicking off a piece of work now on electrification, obviously to understand in detail the impact of electrifying new parts of the network. The good news with this study and looking at the digital solution was that per SEU, actually we see a 40% reduction in carbon purely by moving to the digital system. That's great, but it also gives us insight into what we can do to further reduce potentially the whole life carbon impact of the digital system as well, because we've got the same level of data as we have here on screen for the conventional system. So that's been a really important process for us, and I'll come back in a few moments just to talk a little bit more about PAS 2080 and kind of future direction that we are taking, but also that's being kind of pushed in our direction by the UK government. Just to kind of dig into a little bit of detail, and just to give you a very specific example that's hopefully completely pertinent and relevant to track renewals, and that's the impact of steel. Now, clearly there's different grades of steel, and I used to work in the automotive industry, and we used to get very hung up on the specific impact of different steels within the vehicle. But to give you a kind of broad brush approach, basically for every kilogram of steel that we use, 1.27 kilograms of carbon are emitted into the atmosphere. So you're having quite a big impact just from using that steel. Now, clearly that's kind of invisible. We don't really see that carbon being emitted as such. And this is my point about trying to bring it to life. So every time that we spec steel for something, we need to kind of be bearing in mind the impact that it's having. And clearly when you scale that up, you can start to see, and will quickly consume 1,000 tons of steel across the network, that in that instance, we've emitted well over 1,200 tons of steel. So those are just some of the key kind of figures that we need to bear in mind. The Rail Carbon tool provides us that kind of insight. It's got some really great data that's been developed here in the UK by various organisations. And those are the kind of things that we need to consider in the projects that we all work on. So I just wanted to kind of come back, having been through some of those worked examples, just come back and kind of realign, if you like, with the COVID example that I gave earlier. Now, clearly, our ability to influence the carbon impact of a project is going to be greatest at the start, but appreciate that that's when we know least about the kind of project, if you like, and we don't necessarily have the most granular data available. But that's really where we need to start considering carbon, so that we can come up with some kind of estimate as to what the carbon impact might be, and also start to kind of influence things and drive those carbon emissions down. But to put it into kind of context, if you like, we must do something very similar from a cost perspective. You know, we're not allowed by finance just to get on with the project and tell them at the end how much it costs. They would never allow us to do that. So we need to start thinking about carbon in a similar way to cost, in that sense, at the very start of the project, and kind of evolve it as we go. Appreciating that obviously we need to kind of learn as we go with all of this, much like the COVID example that I shared earlier. So that's the kind of continual improvement cycle that I think we need to be thinking and applying from a carbon perspective. Now, you might be thinking, okay, this is all great, but do we actually have any success? We do. Actually, and there's more and more kind of case studies and examples coming to light. I'm sure many of you are aware of this example. Some of you may even have worked on this particular kind of project, but this is a great case study. The link is in the slides if you've not seen it before, of kind of recycled sleepers that have been used. Brought with them, as I understand it, loads of benefits, not just purely from a kind of carbon perspective, but there's also a weight challenge, I think, that the recycled sleepers help to overcome. But this kind of thinking, this kind of outcome, is exactly what we need to be driving into everything that we do. We're not looking just for the odd case study here and there that's good to kind of share with people. This is about how do we build these kind of examples into everything that we do as an organisation. So some great success out there, but we need to drive more of this kind of thinking into business as usual. So, been through some of the kind of background to all of this, the context, and a couple of worked examples. But where's the kind of future requirement going? As I touched on earlier, we've used PAS 2080 as a methodology to establish a carbon baseline for signalling, and we're now starting to extend that activity out to other rail assets. And we need to do that. It's going to take time, obviously, but we need to do that across all of our major assets, so we can understand the existing kind of carbon impact and therefore the kind of baseline that you're working from. Whether we want to do that or not, and we have laid that out in our own sustainability strategy, we're going to be asked to do this kind of thing anyway by the UK government. So this year, alongside all of the other arm-length bodies, East West Rail, HS2, National Highways, I've been working with the DfT and the Infrastructure and Projects Authority to discuss, debate and work out what we can do from a whole life carbon perspective. So from 2022 onwards, and we're still waiting final confirmation, but we are expecting that there will be a requirement passed to us to make sure we are assessing carbon from the very beginning of a project. So my slide a couple of moments ago, we need to consider it from the very start and then refine and build up that carbon insight as the project matures, but we'll also need to report that data on the project. And the reason for that is obviously the government has set out some fairly significant and stretching targets for decarbonisation. I'm pleased to say that what we've laid out in our strategy is still ahead of the government's latest kind of targets of reducing carbon emissions by 78% by 2035. But what we've laid out from a science-based targets perspective is very much aligned with that new challenge. But they are going to ask us to focus on whole life carbon in public infrastructure projects. Now, again, we're waiting for final confirmation, but it looks very likely that by 2030, we're going to have to demonstrate how we have and how we are reducing embodied carbon by 50% by the end of the decade. That will extend, it doesn't go away, even if we achieve that goal, that will extend to 100% reduction by 2050. And again, that's to align with all of the kind of science that says we need to be reducing emissions to zero or net zero by 2045 in Scotland and 2050 in England and Wales. So as I say, whether we want to follow the science or not, we're going to be forced in this direction anyway by kind of government policy and government direction here in the UK. So it is coming. I'm working on the technical sponsor for the decarbonisation programme within Network Rail. Within that programme, we have a work stream. It's called Workstream 13, unlucky for some, but that's focusing on whole life carbon, whole life cost, and how we drive the two down from an infrastructure project. So working very closely with the likes of David Caslow, Tim Kersley and the team to identify opportunities for driving this kind of thinking into CP7 asset policies, for example, but also kind of day-to-day working approaches, basically. So we get carbon kind of up the business agenda, basically. So that's basically me kind of finished, but just to summarise and hopefully reiterate some of the key points that I've made during the session this morning. First one being that I appreciate we don't know everything that we might want to know from a carbon perspective, but we probably know more than we realise, and we can actually use existing information and convert that into carbon to start to drive change. Key point from my perspective is please don't think that this is just about renewable energy and moving our vehicle fleet to electric vehicles. It's a much bigger challenge than that, and the end goal is that we need to consider whole life carbon in everything that we do. So we really need to drive that kind of thinking into infrastructure, and we need to consider it from the start. Basically, we need to consider whole life carbon in all of the projects that we're doing. We don't need to just measure it and report it. We need it to kind of drive and influence those projects as well. So we need to be thinking about it upfront and alongside cost in that sense. And the final point is that carbon emissions, you know, as we build up these baselines and get more granular insight into where the carbon emissions occur, they don't always occur in the most obvious of places. There will be materials that are more carbon intensive than others. So we do need to kind of build up that insight so that we can properly influence change and not just kick the can down the road and shift it to a different phase of a project life cycle. That is it for me. Hopefully I've kept roughly to time and not incurred the wrath of Liam, but thank you for listening. Hopefully that was of interest, and obviously I'll be here to take any questions in the Q&A session.
Thank you very much, Jamie. That was excellent and bang on time as well, so certainly no wrath from me. So now I'd like to invite Mark back, and we're now going to dive into our next Q&A session. So again, just another reminder to attendees that you've got the question box functionality on the right hand side of your screen. Jamie and Mark, the good news is we've had absolutely loads of questions come in, and so I'm going to have to try and summarise some of them as best we can. So Mark, if I go to you first, please. I think this one I'll probably summarise as the frustrations of our gauging engineers, and so we've got one engineer who says it takes 12 months for the National Gauging Database to process approved data submitted into it. What's Network Rail doing about these timescales? And sort of on a very similar theme, a question from Stephen Valentine, talking basically challenging the fact that we use asset information which isn't always accurate and reliable. Some of it's 15 to 20 years old, and this results in increased monitoring, declining traffic proposals, and requesting additional surveys. So I guess, is Network Rail currently looking at anything in those areas to improve those items?
Okay, the short answer is yes, we are looking at it. We're coming at it from a number of different positions. So the first is the work we're doing around automation of gauging data processing into survey processing into data that can be used in the NGD and automating that. We have there's currently a program underway looking at the CP7 contract for who manages the NGD that's got some built-in expedited features for getting new data in faster. The standards that we're working on, so the Network Rail standards that we're working on, have actually got some really challenging service level agreements for data turnaround. So we're hoping that in itself will help drive some innovation to really get the data that we need to the people that needs it quicker.
Thank you, Mark. I'll come to Jamie next, if okay. So Jamie, there's a lot of questions going on in the chat around Network Rail's, what is Network Rail doing to influence strategy regarding electrification versus battery or hydrogen powered rolling stock? And interesting, it's quite in the questions, there's some people that seem to say that electrification is the clear winner, whereas others are saying that hydrogen and battery power are the clear winners in terms of long-term cost and maintainability. What is Network Rail's kind of view in that area, and do we have a strategy?
So I guess the main role that Network Rail has been playing to date would be through the Traction Decarbonisation Network strategy that indicates greater electrification across the network. So that in turn, I guess, drives the potentially the future of kind of rolling stock in that sense. But it's not obviously 100% electrification across the network. It's not kind of feasible, suitable, appropriate, or even possible, I guess, to electrify everything. So therefore, you will need different technologies to kind of bridge the gap, potentially, whether that be through a tunnel, whether it be a longer section of network that's not electrified. From a carbon perspective, it's quite kind of challenging, I guess, to work out in the future what might be the kind of lowest carbon impact. But certainly as it stands, I think electrification would be probably the preferred route from an electrification, from a carbon perspective, particularly if we compare it from renewables. Therefore, we're driving down the kind of operational carbon side of things. Batteries present a challenge when it comes to carbon impact, all of the different materials, sourcing of those materials, the lifetime of them, but they can still play a kind of significant role. And similarly with hydrogen, it's probably the biggest impact of the three when it comes to whole life carbon, if you like, because of the energy intensity of producing hydrogen. And therefore, in that sense, it's least desirable, but that's kind of here and now. With some of these technologies, as they evolve and develop, obviously you identify new ways of doing it, basically, and therefore you can reduce the kind of carbon impact of a given technology. So for me, I think we probably need all three elements. I don't think we're going to rely solely on one aspect. But it's difficult to know what the answer is. As I say, we're influencing things, I guess, through TDNS, We're also part of the decarbonisation working group at an industry level, which involves some of the Roscos as well. But for me, I think it's getting insight into anything that we want to do as an industry. We should be using carbon to kind of influence things up front. So much like I referred to in my presentation, in terms of infrastructure, it's about getting some carbon insight up front and using that data to influence things.
Thank you, Jamie. Going back to Mark, there's a specific question here from Pete Flynn around probabilistic gauging. So will on-track machines be in scope for probabilistic gauging, and if there is a vampire model available?
Okay, thanks Pete for that. Yeah, it's very much down to the quality of the vehicle model. So if we do have a good dynamic model of the vehicles, then there's no reason why they can't be included. Hopefully that will, because we have got some severe challenges around mainly lower sector and getting these yellow plant through various locations where we've got tight clearances that have been long-standing issues. The irony is, of course, that the yellow plant can help solve these issues as well in many locations. So yes, if the vehicle models are up to scratch, we can use it for it, is the answer.
Lovely, thank you. Nice simple one there for you, Mark. Jamie, coming back to you, there's a few questions around the carbon figures for steel. So is it the same for new steel versus recycled steel? Is there a difference? And I guess probably just a sort of a related question to that. I think Peter Halliwell's put in that they struggle to visualize what we mean when we talk about tons of carbon in the atmosphere. Is there any kind of tools or things that we can use to help us visualize what that actually means?
Okay, good questions. So the first one around kind of embodied carbon of materials. It's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head actually what the embodied carbon of recycled steel is, but it will be significantly less than the 1.27 kilos per kilo of virgin material. There will be an element, I guess, of recycled content in, even if it is virgin material, or certainly kind of scrap steel that's gone back into the process. I know from my time in the auto industry with aluminium, recycled aluminium is 95% less energy intensive than virgin material. Probably not the same percentage for steel, but it will be significantly lower. If we don't have that data in the rail carbon tool, then those are exactly the kind of things, I guess, that we can introduce if we can get the kind of raw data out of a supplier. So definitely the kind of thing that we can use the rail carbon tool for. And then the second question, I've talked for so long I forgot what the second question was. Can you just remind me, Liam?
Yeah, no, it was around people struggling to visualize what a ton of carbon looks like in the atmosphere, and I guess is there any kind of tools or anything we can use to help us visualize what a ton means literally?
I don't know why people are struggling to visualize a ton of clear odorless gas. Yeah, no, it is a challenge, I guess. There's no simple way of doing it, I don't think. I mean, there are people who've used things like hot air balloons and kind of things like that. I don't know whether, honestly, that does help people kind of visualize. One of the things we are doing, which might help not necessarily visualize it, but bring it to life, I guess, from a business perspective, is carbon pricing. So actually converting the kind of impact of carbon, if you like, into a financial figure. And the government has just updated data on that. So that's something that we're looking to introduce into the process. That's a work stream under the decarbonisation programme. But no, it's difficult. I personally, through my career, have not really kind of used those kind of things, because I think it's just very difficult, if you like, to come up with a simple visual kind of comparison, if you like. If anybody's got any, they're more than happy to potentially put them to use. But normally you're talking, you know, even for a ton of carbon, it would be a vast sized thing because of the little weight, if you like, that carbon carries, if that makes sense. I'll probably not really answered the question.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. I apologise. That was a slightly awkward one. Mark, if I come back to you, so this is a question from Jeff Bean. So what expectations do you and regional track engineers have about designing track to allow for future maintenance tamping, and this, before track lowering intervention would be required? And can this allowance for maintenance tamping be built into the national gauging database to warn us when a structure may be moving towards a clearance issue?
Okay, two parts to that, I guess. The first one is, yeah, we do need to make sure that we are leaving the track in a maintainable position, because that has a big impact on long-term costs of the location. The second question is that within the calculations, there's a 15mm uplift, which is effectively our effective track position. If we do go through and tamp it, we're reliant on getting a new survey and feeding that back into the system to know where the position is. Now, one of the things we have on our kind of CP7 radar is hand back of track after tamping or other maintenance work, making sure that we've got it in a safe position. How do we know that we've not gone and compromised clearances at certain locations by the work that we're doing? But that is part of our CP7 R&D technology sort of roadmap that we're putting together. So it's a bit of a tricky one. I guess really it's down to getting the specification correct at the beginning of the job, so the designers can actually work from that. Now, we know there are some real challenges where we're trying to put ever bigger containers through locations and trying to squeeze electrification in as well, where you don't end up with a lot of work space for maintenance at the end of it. I guess things like the managed track position standard, which was introduced last year, can help with that, but you're never going to solve it in an easy way. So hopefully that's answered the question.
Thank you, Mark. Just looking at time, I've probably got enough time for two questions left. So one more each, if that's okay. So going back to Jamie, so this question is coming from Philip Humphrey. So to provide whole life carbon for a project or renewal, we need standard values or tools provided by Network Rail so that all contractors and designers are using the same data to provide a useful baseline. Is Network Rail planning to provide any standards or tools for this?
Yes, good question. Absolutely. So one of the challenges when it comes to carbon calculations is you can do them lots of different ways, and therefore you can come up with different answers. PAS 2080 is obviously a key methodology that we're using to do the very detailed studies, and that then translates through to the Rail Carbon tool. So the tool is being developed and evolved by the RSSB on behalf of the industry, so that we can get those kind of standardised calculations, if you like, that align with that PAS 2080 methodology. Most of the raw data sources are fairly standardised in the tool as well, to ensure that consistency. But we are also developing kind of protocols and methodologies for the carbon calculations that we use internally, and some of that will also come once we've got confirmation from the DFT and the IPA on the new requirements that they want us to implement. So yes, a lot of work going on at the moment to hopefully improve and standardise that process. And if I may, very quickly, having had a couple of moments to think about it, just in terms of the visualisation and bringing kind of carbon to life, things that we have done in the past, and we have used them in my shortish time with Network Rail, is to convert kind of carbon impact, I suppose, into things like other forms of transport, number of flights, miles driven in a car, hours watched on TV, etc. It's always open to a bit of challenge, but we have used some of those. It doesn't necessarily bring it to life purely in a visual term, but it does at least provide some kind of context. So we have used some examples like that. If people feel they do or don't work, then would appreciate the feedback, but hopefully that's a slightly better answer than I gave first time.
Thank you, Jamie. And lastly, going back to Mark, hopefully for a quick one, Mark. This comes in from Bob Hazel, and I think it's more about probably from a maintenance perspective here. So it's good to see the improvements that you're planning in gauging analysis, What is being added to standards to enforce correction of substandard gauging locations during normal maintenance activities rather than just track renewals?
Okay, thank you, Bob, for that. What we're building into it is more of a risk assessed approach. So the plan is that we have every location that's got substandard clearances will get a risk assessed score, and a part of that are the corrective actions that need to be done from that. Part of the thinking of putting the new standard into track 01 is it gets more of a track focus, so it gets people thinking about what they need to do. We also need to look at how it aligns to things like the track geometry corrective actions. So we're still building that picture up as to how the risk assessment conversation needs to go. Yeah, so it's a bit of a watch this space at the moment, but one of the things that we're trying to bring more focus on is into the platform train interface. So currently our attention at platforms is based on how tight they are, but we've also got to recognise equally the further away they are, the more risk we're imparting to passengers. So we're trying to get to the point where we've got a PTI score and a clearance score, so you can do the risk assessments then and see what corrective actions need to be put into place. But there is a limit to what you can do under maintenance. We do recognise that. If something requires a track lowering, for example, it's probably outside the scope of maintenance, and it would be a requirement for when you do a renewal.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Jamie. So I'd like to call that to a close now. So apologies if your question didn't get asked during that session. What I propose to do is take these away and speak to the speakers afterwards and see if I can get a written answer, which will be distributed with the presentation material. So thank you very much again to Mark and Jamie. So we will now have just an 8-minute break. So again, just time for a quick stretch of the legs, grab a cup of tea, and then we'll reconvene for part 3 at 12 o'clock. Thanks very much, and I shall see you all shortly. Okay, so welcome back everybody to part 3 of the Track Renewals Engineering Conference. So we've now got a presentation on geospatial engineering from Steve Cooper, followed by a session from Joan Heary on what the PWI can do for you. So I'd like to now introduce and welcome Steve Cooper. So Steve is a senior project engineer for Network Rail. He is the survey manager / senior project engineer for the London North Eastern route and the Transpennine route upgrade organisation. The TRU organisation are currently delivering over 3 billion worth of rail upgrades, enhancements and projects works between Manchester, Leeds and York. Steve is a graduate of the Camborne School of Mines at the University of Exeter with a BEng degree in mineral surveying and resource management. He has worked in a number of geospatial roles in the minerals and transport industries in Europe, Africa for the last 20 years across S&C renewals, maintenance and major projects on the UK railway. So Steve, you should now have control. Over to you.
Excellent, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon rather to everybody. If I press, I've got a mouse, have I got slide? Okay, can I have the next slide, please? There we go. How's that now? I don't seem to have control. Next one, please. There we go. Yeah. So as Liam graciously introduced me, I'm Steve Cooper, survey manager, SPE survey for TRU. We've got a little job currently going on in design, development, and construction phases across the north of England, and I'm one of probably now only 4 actual survey engineers that we have across the business. So as we'll come across some, as we touch on some of the things in the slides as I go through the presentation, please bear that in mind. There's not many of the likes of myself left in the business at the moment. It's something we could do with a few more of, but it's just where we currently stand. Okay, so next slide, please. And again, did that one go?
You're actually controlling it, Steve. But
oh, am I? Sorry.
No, that's
I'm pressing
okay.
and nothing's happening.
It's a little bit slow. I can take control, but that's you controlling it now.
Okay, if you could take control, that'd be great. Okay, and next one, please. Excellent. So what I want to start off talking about today is where we are within the business of how we actually govern geospatial engineering. So over the past 10 years, we've started to move away from the term just of generic survey, and we are more inclined to be using the actual true term of geospatial engineering. It's going to take a little while for that to roll through the business, but it just tries to limit a little bit of confusion because there are lots of different types of survey that we do in the business across all our aspects of what we do, projects and maintenance, etc. So it's just about how we can try and move away from that in a way. So where we stand in the business is that we have a fantastic suite of geospatial engineering survey standards. I've put these on the screen so that when you guys and girls get the slide deck, should you come back to it and want to find out a little bit more, I've actually become quite repetitive in actually putting some of the data in, just so you've got an easy access to it in the future. So I started just planning ahead in case anybody wants to come back and revisit this again in the future. So where we have with the survey standards, geospatial survey standards, is that we have NRL2 TRK 3100. So that is our overall arching survey governance document. And quite simply, it defines the requirement of survey for our context is where we require a survey grid in order to facilitate an asset to be located, set out or recorded in a 3-dimensional coordinate. So that's just so we can understand that we're different from other types of survey within the business. So, oh, did I press that then? Yes, I did, sorry. We'll get used to this. So within 3100, we've actually broken it down to having a number of modules. So each of the modules is prescriptive and provides guidance and instruction and mandate against different types of our standard network rail assets. So here we look at 3100 module 01, which is focused on track surveying and is how we're dealing with P-way. So we've got track, platform extensions, level crossings, S&C implementation, geospatial monitoring, slab track installation. I'm not going to go into everything because that would just be a complete verbose repetition of the standard. This is about just reminding everybody in the room that we have these rules here for a reason. And it's quite important that we touch on the reason that we have these standards, is that the survey standards are not just something here to provide you guidance and governance on how you do something. It's to allow the business to manage the risk of when somebody does one of those things, that they don't do it wrong, or if they do it incorrectly, we can understand how incorrect it was, so that we can then make sure that that information goes through design construction processes in a suitable manner. Okay, so next one. So then we come to module 03. You'll notice there isn't a module 02. That was for civils, and that has not actually been completed because we no longer have a geospatial technical survey lead in the business. So that's currently paused at the moment. Module 3 takes over from the old survey guidance notes. This again, this isn't an instruction. This is to provide some more flavour and depth and explanation about the different types of survey technologies that we use and how they might be implemented. It isn't a direct mandate that if you're doing one particular thing, you shall use this technology though. That's something that's quite important to think about. Then we come to module 4, which provides some further clarification of how we undertake geospatial survey of our signalling assets. We've moved within, we have sort of a bit of a clash in the business that the survey community is generally working on a long linear scale, a long linear projection, where they're more concerned about chainage relative to other objects or other places. But here, this standard was brought in to allow to bring that world into the world of three-dimensional geospatial engineering. We then have module 5, which is for the OLE community. And again, just to make sure that we're capturing the right kinds of information that that particular asset requires in order to feed that into our designs. To make sure that when we scope and specify survey data we require capturing, that we can actually get the right information. Okay, so then we move on to the new standard in the room, which was issued, the level 1 was issued last December. So L1 ADG 004, the geospatial referencing standard. Now, this seems a bit strange that we've got the geospatial survey standards, and now we've got a geospatial referencing standard. Where this fits under the asset management banner, as opposed to under track for where the current survey standards live, is that we're trying to bring together all of our long linear assets that have been historically recorded in miles and yards and various other methods, offsets, etc., to try and bring them back to the table into one geospatial environment so that we can then record where that asset lives. Because lo and behold, we as the business, we don't know physically where we have a lot of our assets. We have sort of, Mark was talking to the gauging community and some of the questions he was fielding earlier about the latency in some survey data and gauging data that we have. So we also have that across all of our asset types of where they actually live. So with this, the geospatial referencing standard is about trying to start the framework as a level 1 to bring us back to a common datum of where our assets actually reside. Now, there is for the implementation of 04, it has a couple of years still before it is mandated for implementation. But I'd recommend, as most of the people on the call were dealing with continual track renewals and other asset renewals type projects, there's nothing to really stop us doing this now. It's just to help facilitate that the time frame was there to be able to facilitate the capture of all of our assets, because we have many millions of them out there, to make sure that we have time to capture those assets. And so all that information can then be stored, collated into one of our geographical information systems. So we have GeoRunner, we have the Spatial Data Portal, which we'll touch on sort of later, but we do have a number of internal Network Rail systems that we're going to be able to record and report this information back into. So next one, survey strategies. This is often a hot topic amongst projects. The one that you can see on the screen is the front page of my own on Northern Program, on the Transpair and Handreads Upgrade. Used to be part of Northern Programs. And quite simply, we're not going to do a poll, but normally when we do this, I do this sort of presentation, it's about hands in the room. It's, has your project actually got a survey strategy for the work that you're doing, allowing your project to be able to manage the risk of geospatial engineering? It's covered under section 6.1, page 15. Always important to note where that lives, so that people can make reference to it. And it's a shall requirement. You shall do this. But if you don't have one, it's a question. It's a case now of those of you in the room to go back to your management, to your DPEs, to your project managers, and say, where is our survey strategy? Do we have one? And why do we not have one? And why are we non-compliant to the survey standards? So as we say in the survey strategy, so it mandates that it will be created by the project manager and the CSM prior to the commencement of the work. Now, CSM was a term that Chris and myself put into the standards when we initially wrote them back in 2010. It probably needs tweaking now. It doesn't fit in with what we use CSM for in the business. But the client survey manager is a person who shall be appointed by the DPE to undertake the duties prescribed in 3100. It's quite simple. You need a survey strategy and you need somebody to act as a client survey manager to start to produce that documentation. And again, the reason that we have these standards is partly back to some of the problems that we had in the old West Coast route map days, where without Railtrack at the time didn't have any survey standards, and a large part of the delays and problems that we had in the project were down to not having any survey governance and the survey supply chain just going off and doing what it thought was best, which wasn't actually the correct thing to have done at the time. So that stopped. Can I have the next slide, please? So, sorry, yeah, and there's just obviously a table of contents that just highlights some of the things that should be included in the document. So we run through what the purpose is, project chainage, design and projects and design changes, how they can differ, survey projections and grids, and all the other good bits of information that we need to be able to manage survey coherently and in a risk mitigated manner throughout a project's lifecycle. Next slide, please. Again, that's just the purpose of the purpose section of mine in 3100, just to share if anybody doesn't have one, and again, I'll come back to this later, if anybody doesn't have one and they want a format or a template to have, this is one of the things that we love to share with pride. This is what we've done for our project. It might not be ideal for yours, but it might give you a framework if you don't have one or if you don't understand what you're supposed to produce. So next slide, please. Okay, and client survey managers, as I said earlier, this is about just putting in some of the clips out of the standard to describe to people exactly what those roles and requirements are managed to do. I'm not going to run through, but it's there should you want to come back and review quickly if you don't want to go through trawling through the standard at this stage. Next slide, please. Survey projections. Okay, so now we're going to get into some survey nitty-gritty. Next, please. Okay, so how do we take 3D data and display it on a flat plane? Comes back to the old problem that we've had since we invented computers, or prior to us inventing computers. So we have a curved shape of the Earth, and how do we lay it out flat? And quite simply, what we've calculated out since the times of Mercator is that we need to be able to change the distances between relevant points to be able to display it on a different shaped surface. So if we look at the Ordnance Survey, that uses a cylindrical survey projection, a little bit like the label on a baked bean tin, if you want to use it for an analogy. So in order for us to express what we do in the Ordnance Survey, we shrink the distances in an east-western orientation in order for us to go from the round curved surface to a flat surface. So as if we unpeel the label off our baked bean tin and lay it flat on the floor, we have to shrink the distances. Next slide, please. And then we need to consider, how do we deal with the vertical component? So the ellipsoid is the component that allows us to have a Z or a vertical value. Next slide, please. And then we want to be able to express that survey data in some form of survey grid. So next slide, please. So we have in the UK the Ordnance Survey, they're our national mapping organisation, and that they have a survey projection called OSGB36, created and designed and accepted in 1936. But since then, technology and things in our understanding of our local environment have changed quite considerably. So we actually have a number of representations or methods to get back from where we are currently on the Earth to those particular projections. So we had OSNet-02 and OSNet-15. Next, please. And then how do we deal with survey projections and that changing of the distances in a complex railway environment? Following lots of pain that we've experienced over the years, those of you who wouldn't be aware, may not be aware, out the back of some of the problems we had on West Coast, we developed a system that was initially called Railgrid and then was further developed into the snake grid methodology. And that allows us to have a one-to-one scale factor. So next slide, please, which I'll touch on shortly. So how do we get to where we get to in the OS? It's not quite as simple as we just go out and we have the OS. We have something called WGS-84, which is the World Geodetic System, which covers the rough shape of the Earth. We then go from that into ETRS-89, which is the European Terrestrial Reference System, which covers our part of the Earth on continental Europe. And then from that, we break down into OSNet-02 and OSNet-15 to be able to get back to where we thought we were in 1936. Next slide, please. Or next button. So, and again, please. So OSGB36, technology that we had at the time, was actually tied to an interstellar baseline. So that actually, we were taking observations of the stars to be able to replicate where we were. With the advent of GPS in the 80s and 90s, we used GPS baselines to be able to go back to OSGB36. And then now with OSNet-15, we've learned through having GPS and having our data up in space, not on the ground, that we as part of the UK and part of the Eurasian plate, we're actually moving 2 millimeters in a north by northwest direction every year. So if we're using a baseline in space, we're moving along in a north by northwest direction. So when we look at how we can manage survey data, geospatial information in the railway, we need to be considering the time spans that we work with. Average age of our structures, average age of a bridge in the UK, a railway bridge, is about 160 years. So we need to be thinking about how can we manage that asset geospatially as we move forward and forward in time. Next, please. I'm gonna have to speed up because I've gone a bit slow. So next, please. So here we go. We've got the snake grid, which allows us to not have to rely on the Ordnance Survey and the changing and warping of the projection for OS. Because one of the problems that we've had in the past is if people go out on site and measure one-to-one in the real world, we convert it to OS, it then goes to a designer to work in CAD. The designer then spits it out into something, a dimension for an engineer to build to use on site. We then go back to site, and if we miss that stage of going from OS back to one-to-one, then we can run into problems and have run into problems in the past. So snake grid allows us to alleviate and work around some of those problems. The only drawback we've got is that it was invented by a very intelligent, clever gentleman, Professor Jonathan Iliff at UCL, University College London, and he has the proprietary rights to it. But that's something we as a business have about 73, 74 different snake grids across the network. So it's something we need to consider. So next, please. NTV2. So how do we get, what kind of technology can we use to get from our OS grid to our snake grid? Previously, we've been using a piece of software called FNE, which takes a lot of time and converts. It literally takes your CAD data, crunches it for quite some time, converts it and spits it out to you 4, 5, 6 hours later. Now, NTV2 is a different method of survey data transformation that allows us to go from SnakeGrid to OS, or from OS to SnakeGrid on the fly and reproject it straight away on your CAD machine. So the adoption of NTV2 was started on HS2, and we took that, myself and a couple of others, we took that idea and we've been rolling that out across the network, across a number of our projects, and we've currently got about 7 of our projections converted to NTV2. Now the key for NTV2 is, one, yes, it allows us to do it really quickly, but also it saves us a lot of time and money as we move and get further into our BIM and digital engineering environment. We're looking at probably savings of 40, 50,000 pounds per project, just on having this fast and rapid ability for designers to not have to maintain 2 sets of data, one in OS and one in Snake. Next slide, please. And here we can see, I'm actually very pleased to announce today that we just tested and validated that the latest release of MicroStation allows you to import an NTV2 file directly yourself and undertake that conversion. Previously, we were having to send our NTV2s to Bentley. They were having to take a few months to incorporate it into their global coordinate systems and then publish it in a later review. That process will still happen, but what we've got now is the ability, you see on the screen some of the existing Snake grids we've got, TPEN, GB, GBK19, EOS 21, middle mainline. We've now got the ability, if you're on a project and you have an NTV2 and it's not been updated, you've actually got the ability to put it onto your machine, which is massive. It's taken me about 2.5 years to get that done, which is really cool. Next slide, please. Mobile mapping systems. I want to talk about mobile mapping systems for everybody. Next slide, please. So we've got a number of different types of mobile mapping systems. So we've got train ball mobile mapping systems, the likes of Ryla and Omnicom PVP. And then we have survey trolley-borne mobile mapping systems. Next picture, please. And the whole goal is to allow us to generate a big, long, linear point cloud. Next slide, please. Now, we need to have a quick talk about, to be able to express to everybody some of the issues that we actually have with GPS-derived mobile mapping systems. So one of the problems we have is when a train is running along and it's relying on its GPS receiver, taking the signals from the satellites in space. As that goes along, if it loses a signal, we actually have a latency, a time and a distance between the train losing its lock and reacquiring it before we can maintain that accuracy. That causes an issue in areas where we have deep cuttings, tunnels, bridges, etc., etc. Lots of parts of the network. We always trust, though, that the distance from the scanner head to the thing we've scanned is plus or minus 5 mil. That was something Mark was talking about with the survey technology stuff and the gauging presentation he gave to us earlier. But the difficulty now, the issue that arises now that we've been using mobile mapping systems for the last nearly 10 years or so, is that when we originally wrote the standards, we were happy to accept 68% probability that the data was good. So what that means is that it's 2 sigmas of standard deviation, and 68%, if you do any particular run of data, 68% of it is good, and the other 32% is outside of that of your expected tolerance. Now, when we relate that back to a 100 mile survey, so we've got 68 miles of data that's good, we've got 32 miles that's not so good, but we don't have the ability to understand where the difference is between good and not good. So we're importing actually a risk into our project, regardless of the system, and how many runs you do, we still run into those issues. So what we did back in 2019, 2020 on a project I was running on the Cumbria coast, we actually decided what answers do we get if we can tie this scanning data down to a fixed survey grid. So next slide, please. So what we did is we went through a combination of we went through a combination of installing survey targets on the track, and as you can see from the resultant scan data of a black and white survey, sorry, come back a picture. That's it. You can see it's actually not very clear or easy to be able to identify that point. Some of this is in relation to data being the speed of the train. So the faster the train goes, the wider the point spacing, and also the distance of the target from the track. So next slide, please. So what we moved away from targets was to move to actually bigger objects that we could define in a slightly better and more objective environment. Next slide, please. And what we can see from, just bring all those up, that's great. What we can see from the graph is what we expect to see from tying down GNSS, dynamic moving GNSS survey data. So you can see the peaks are in between where we've anchored the survey data. And one of the things that obviously we discovered that the distance from track was critical, but also the line speed that we were working on. So part of the methodology that we then started to implement was conventional topo style GNSS baselines, and from those to coordinate other salient features on site. And we've actually been able to demonstrate that we've got an actual repeatability of plus of less than 5 mil when we come back, because we came back 9 months later and reran some of the work again. And we were able to anchor the new scans back to the same old scans, which is quite critical. It's not something else that we really do on the rest of the industry. Next slide, please. The Spatial Data Portal, Network Rail has finally, or is almost about to launch, a survey data repository, something that we've been calling for the last 10, 12 years. We've now got a system that's about to be rolled out later in the year. And from that, that will allow us, when we go out, yourselves as anybody from within Network Rail or within the MFCs, supply chain, we've now got the ability, instead of data going into ProjectWise or into EB or somewhere else, we've got a central repository to keep this information. So when we come to the next project, as we often do, we overlap by a few years later on, something else comes along, we've got the ability to go back and recover some of that data. And it comes back to Chris Preston's and my original mantra of survey once and use many times where we can. So this will actually probably help to save the business. It's going to save us tens of millions of pounds a year, because we will be able to develop designs and not have to send people to site necessarily quite as quick. Next slide, please. Measured track position. So this is again expanding MTP. MTP has a survey requirement if we're talking about the high levels of MTP. Let's keep that design data. Let's make sure that when we've finished the job, we don't just walk away, that we actually install survey control, that the survey control is still validated, so we can give that asset back to the maintainer so they can keep predominantly, let's look at the S&C or type clearances and stuff, they can maintain it in the same place for its lifespan. MTP, there's no arguments about MTP, it's a great thing for the business. But again, it's thinking about the geospatial thing, is that we need to make sure that the survey grid is reinstated following the works, so that we give a fresh survey asset back to the maintainer. Next, please. And then just Nick touched on UAVs right at the very beginning. We've been testing UAVs across the business for lots and lots of different things. This is a DJI AM300. One of the issues we have using drones in the UK is that, as you can see, I don't know if you can see behind me, I'm in rainy Preston today, and we can't really fly our drones if it's raining too heavy. The M300, bit of a game changer, we can fly that in the rain. So that gives us further opportunity to work with drones for be it inspections or for survey type activities as we move forward. Can we just go to the next slide, please? I've got a series of pictures to roll through. So here, this is a particular job I did down at Ravensthorpe on Transpennine, January this year. You can actually see some of the snow. We've got 6,000 images taken from a drone. We've got a power station to the left, and that took 9 hours of flying time to capture. If we were to try and capture that data conventionally, it would take a good couple of weeks of possession. Next slide, please. Next picture. And we're sort of zooming in so we can see, and then this particular area is a location that the landowner wouldn't allow us to get in. We want to buy part of his land, but he wouldn't let us in. So with a drone, we can actually overcome some of those limitations, and we can legally capture and survey that individual's land for use later on. Next slide, please. And then here we go, zooming in. So this is to start to demonstrate the quality of the information. Next slide. And we're almost done. And then next slide. So here you can see in this particular project, because we had the power station and we were in a cutting, quite a big part of a hill, lots of high power lines. So this information is accurate to 30 millimeters, 9 hours to capture, remember. It's accurate to 30 mil. It has a resolution of less than 10 millimeters for pixel density. So that's just a 3D model that was automatically created. And it allows us to be able to run virtual site visits without actually having to send anybody else to site. So that's me for my time, I believe, Liam. I think that's me. Oh, there's the one more. I think that's the last slide. Oh, there's my address, email address. As I said at the beginning, there's a very small survey community in the business. We try and help where we can. There's pretty much one of us more or less on each route at the moment. But you've got my details. And if there's some way we can help, we always try and help where we can. So thank you very much for your time and listening. And if anybody's got any questions, please stick them in the chat.
Thank you very much, Steve. And you'll be pleased to know lots of questions have already started being populated into the chat, so that's good. So just moving on to the next presentation and the last presentation of the day now. So I'd like to introduce Joan Heary. She's the Membership Director for the PWI. Joan is a Chartered Engineer with the ICE and a Fellow of both the PWI and the ICE. Her career spans many years of rail engineering leadership, working both as a client and for Network Rail within supply chain. She has recently been appointed the role of Membership Director for the PWI and is also the current Chair of the Climate Change and Decarbonisation Committee. She's honoured to be part of our institution, which seeks to improve knowledge, standards and professionalism throughout the industry. So Joan, with that, you should have control. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Liam. Thank you. Move the slide on, please, Kate. Thank you. Yeah, so thank you very much, Liam, for giving me this opportunity to speak with you all today. Liam's obviously given the introduction, and I just want to really reiterate the point that I'm so delighted to have taken on this new role as Membership Director for the PWI. My understanding is we've got quite a wide and varied audience here today. From within Network Rail, there's representation from capital delivery, maintenance and the technical authority. And we also got some colleagues here from the supply chain today. All of you play a part in keeping the train service running and the infrastructure fit for purpose. Many of you I know are already members of the PWI, so thank you very much for your support. Some of you are professionally registered, either with or external to the PWI, and others may be hearing about this organisation for the first time and wondering what we have to offer. In a relatively short space of time, I hope I can enhance your understanding. So the PWI was founded in 1884 as a learned society, so that's over 137 years ago. It had a number of core objectives, which were all around improving and sharing knowledge in relation to the permanent way, and it was largely focused on frontline workers. Part of the ethos was around helping people to improve their social standing in life. Obviously, if you were better educated, you stood more chance of improving your lot in life. In more recent years, the focus has broadened to include all aspects of rail infrastructure engineering. And I think it's worth saying here that we as the PWI certainly recognise there's work to do in delivering that message. I suspect that the majority of the people in the audience today will be of a P-way bias, but we all recognise the importance of a systems approach to solving any problem on the railway. You can't just have knowledge of your own discipline. It's not enough. And a full appreciation of the other disciplines is a necessity. In recent years, we've turned our attention to the electrification discipline, as we particularly see that group of people as part of our membership. Next year, Peter Dearman will take on the presidency, and he has already established a number of work streams in that area. 2019 brought a major change for the PWI, as this was the year we became a professional engineering institution. Following a number of years of hard work, we were in a position to demonstrate to the Engineering Council that the services we could offer are on a par to all the other engineering institutions. So for example, the ICE, the IMechE, the IET, etc. So since 2019, the PWI have been able to offer professional accreditation for rail infrastructure engineers at technician, incorporated and chartered level. So this was a significant moment in the history of the organisation. Aside from routes to professional registration, and arguably more important, the PWI is committed to providing meaningful and relevant CPD activity for their membership. Every engineer, whether they choose to be professionally registered or not, have an obligation to keep themselves up to date in the field in which they are working and to expand their knowledge in areas of interest throughout their career. CPD that we offer is provided in a multitude of formats. So first and foremost, section meetings. We have 21 sections, including Bengaluru and Ireland, all of whom run varying numbers of local meetings across 10 months of the year. Traditionally, these meetings have been face-to-face and provided the opportunity for social interaction as well as knowledge sharing. However, as a result of COVID, the majority of these moved online, which had some benefits in that it opened up information to a wider audience. Some meetings have had well in excess of over 100 or 200 attendees. The sections are now starting to think about going back to face-to-face meetings, and we are intending to run a series of national meetings online to complement these, so trying to get the best of both worlds. We have technical seminars, as this one today, and a future programme events can be found on the website. And I've also seen earlier on that information's being provided on the slides going round at the beginning. It's worth noting that the presentations from section meetings and technical seminars are available to the membership in perpetuity. So you can look at them anytime to suit yourself. They're all put up on the website. We also have our journal, which is a quarterly publication and very well read. And we also can have a number of books on technical subjects that are available for people to purchase. We have online forums such as the PWI Tech Talk and the Young Engineers section. Our Practical Track Work Challenge is an annual event providing those members who don't get the opportunity to work at the coalface the experience of planning and delivering a track renewal. They generally take place on a heritage railway, and the participants are involved in undertaking much needed work. This initiative is for our corporate members and their staff, so if anyone is interested in attending this event, they need to speak to their employer and make the request through them, assuming of course that employer is a corporate member. As you would expect, we have a number of formal training courses. So the Track Engineering Diploma, which I actually completed last year myself as part of my own CPD. We have an S&C refurbishment course, which has proven very popular with the maintenance teams. And we've just embarked on a series of electrification courses, recognizing that this is an area that warrants a lot of attention. Both the TED and the electrification courses are recognized as having the required academic standing for people who hold an HND but wish to progress to IEng professional accreditation. And of course, the one thing that money can't buy or that no formal training can give you is connection to people. People with knowledge and experience who are always happy to share. Our current membership falls into two categories. We have corporate members and individual members. With regard to the corporate members, we have around about 50 organisations that make up the corporate membership. We have big players, obviously, like Network Rail, TfL, HS2, through to some of the major principal contractors, regulatory organisations, down to heritage railways. So a broad spectrum from the industry. We are extremely grateful for the support given by our corporate members, and they are actively involved in having a say on how the PWI develops. It's imperative that what we do meet the needs of the rail industry. Otherwise, we'd have to ask ourselves, what's the point? Our individual members are obviously the lifeblood of the sections. As of July this year, you can see the number there was about 3,420, and it stayed like that for the last number of years. Of those, 13% are students, and we have 235 professionally qualified people with the PWI. It's part of our ethos to celebrate the achievements of our members, and we hold an annual celebration event for those people who have achieved some form of professional registration, along with their nearest and dearest to celebrate. It's really important to recognise the hard work and effort individuals make to improve themselves within their chosen profession. Without doubt, my role is here to help current members maximise the benefit they're getting from their membership, as well as increasing the membership, especially at the individual level. So all this is great, but I'm sure you want to know, well, how much is all this going to cost me? If you're a student, it's free. So you're getting access to knowledge and people for nothing. Full membership costs £86, and this increases to a maximum of £182 for a member who holds an iEng or a CEng qualification and is also a fellow. I think this is excellent value for money. The other PEIs can charge considerably more. For example, I know from my own experience, because I became a chartered engineer with the ICE, I pay in excess of £500 a year as a CEng fellow. There's quite a big difference between 182 and £500, especially if you have to pay for it yourself. To be honest, while cost is a factor, it's not the only reason you choose a PEI you see as your home. It's about best fit for the work that you do and where you can access people to help as and when required. So in this short presentation, I hope I've given you an overview of what the PWI can offer you as you journey through your career to help you to be the best that you can be. The rail industry is going through a lot of change at the moment, and the need for educated, well-versed engineers will never diminish. I'm very happy to take any feedback, answer any questions here or on an individual basis. My contact details are on the slide. Thank you very much for your time and for listening. Thank you. Back to you, Liam.
Thank you very much, Joan. So I'd now like to invite Steve Cooper back on to the call. So this will lead us into our final Q&A session. So again, last chance everybody to please use the question functionality on the side of your screen. And I will make a start. So Steve, if okay, I will come to you first. So a question from Gary Tuxford around NTV2. Most routes don't have this availability. Sorry, they don't have this access to this yet due to cost. What's Network Rail's strategy for getting this implemented into the business?
Do you know what? It's a great question, Gary. He's going to know part of what my answer is going to be. It's going to be down to the project and the route to decide if they see the value in having NTV2. Most of the routes already have a snake grid, and just to give you an indication of cost, so the cost to get East Coast Main Line converted to a conversion for NTV2 to be undertaken is 18 grand. So it's not really, we're not talking large volumes of money for people to do this, and the associated cost saving within the BIM environment and the time taken, the time removed from projects, transforming data from one projection to the other, more than makes up for it. But those are difficult conversations, I think, for senior project engineers to understand. And I think if some of the survey engineers who are asking these questions and trying to procure them out of their project, I'm sure that there is no central, well, I can't see there being any money centrally, but an argument can be assisted by other members of the routes, of other routes, to demonstrate the cost benefits that they've received from having it. And one of the big feedbacks that we actually get, it's not from the survey community, it's from the design community, because instead of them having to run 2 BIM data sets, they've just got one, and you just flip between the 2 as fast as possible. So there's a productivity gain to be produced, to be demonstrated as well from the design side of it.
Thank you, Steve. Joan, if we can come to you next, please. So for people interested in becoming more actively involved in their section, but don't know what this entails in terms of time commitment, do you have any pointers or advice on this, please?
Yes, of course. I think first and foremost is it would be go along to your local section and talk to the people that are on the committee, because it's perfectly understandable that people might be interested, but they're too worried about what's the time commitment, because people have a lot of things going on in their lives. So that's probably your best place to start, is with your local section, and see what they advise.
Lovely, thank you, Joan. Steve, if you can come back to you, please. So this is quite probably a technical question from Roy Hickman. He's just questioning where we were talking about survey accuracy bands. We made reference to 2 sigma. Roy says, I thought 68% was 1 sigma, not 2, and 2 sigma was 95%.
No.
Okay. All right. Short and sweet. I like it. Fair enough. Okay. Joan, if we can come back to you next then, please. Are there any plans to run professional registration workshop days, like the ones that have been run recently in Exeter? And I think this is from Gareth Holtz. I think in particular he's looking for in South Wales and Western region. Yes,
Gareth, that's a good question. And yes, those days can be arranged without too much difficulty. Again, if I were you, I'd go to your section and say, can you please organise one of these? So if you're in Wales or Western, you know, your point of contact, their good point of contact would be Andy Franklin. We have people within the PWI who come along with ready-made presentations and that can easily be organised. So yes, that's no problem at all.
Thank you, Joan. Steve, if we go for another one for you. Yep. So this is probably a question from someone you may recognise. This is from Chris Preston. Where do projects go to find a client survey manager?
Where do projects go? See, that is a really good question. And as he wrote part of the standard, he should really he should be more aware. No, I jest. No, so the projects, the issue that we have across the business, as I said at the beginning, is that there are now fewer of us with a true geospatial engineering technical specialism within the business to support it. So within 3100, we specified that a client survey manager can be a project manager if they have enough understanding. But one of the things that we've also rolled out across some projects is actually taking some value out of the supply chain and actually having a DPE in the same way we do with CREs to specify a particular individual from some of our supply chain members to provide at least a good proportion of that geospatial understanding back to a project that they're working on. So we in the past on NWEP, the Northwest Electrification Project, because of the sheer size of it, we actually had a couple of members of supply chain undertaking some of the CSM roles in order to allow me to be more of a higher up, that's the wrong sort of way to explain it, but for me to allow me to provide more of an assurance over what they're doing rather than being stuck in the nitty-gritty. Because one of the issues that we do have is that survey goes from being almost very simple and simple to understand to being very technical and very complex and very mathematical within about 2 sentences. And we always have to be careful to balance off the person making a decision. Do they understand the risk of the issue that they are addressing, or do they need some further understanding or some further support from within the business to be able to get over a couple of problems? But one of the things that we do in the small survey community that we have is we try and support. If somebody comes and asks us for asks a question, we'll try and provide them with some guidance and instruction, and sometimes a little bit of more often than not, a little bit of learning to allow them to have a better understanding of geospatial engineering throughout their career.
Lovely, thanks, Steve. Joan, another one for you, please. So it's a question around section meetings. So over sort of COVID, over the pandemic, the switch to online has seen section meetings, attendance numbers seem to have gone up. As we move into kind of more back into the post-COVID world, what's the PWI's view on striking the balance between the face-to-face section meetings versus keeping things online?
I think we've come to the conclusion that we've got to have both, because they both have their place to play. The sections are very keen to get back to face-to-face because a lot of the section meeting is about the social interaction as well as the technical presentation, and people have really missed that, especially probably our more mature members of the membership who really look forward to going to the section meeting and having a chat with their friends, which is, you know, just as an important part of the meeting as the technical part. And as I said in the slide, we are now thinking of trying to run a series of national online meetings, which would give a better coordination, be open to everyone, and that way, hopefully, we'll meet the best of both worlds. Hopefully that answers your question.
Lovely, thanks, Joan. Steve, if we come back to you, so it's a question around the spatial data portal. So the comment is this is well overdue. How will it be regularly updated?
Okay, I can only tell you what I've been informed so far because it's not been fully launched. I'm part of the pilot. So in relation to data being updated, that is going to be a responsibility of the projects and engineers within projects to validate and assure that the information that gets transformed into, that gets placed into the SDP is of acceptable quality and has the required survey standard 3100 Appendix E survey reports and data and assurance information going with it. That's for general topo type data. But the spatial data portal is also going to include all the RILA and PVP data. It's going to include all the aerial survey data off the helicopter, and we're looking at getting any drone information that we get and generate on projects placed into that environment as well at the same time. So there is some assurance from, I think we're going to be termed super users. It's still not quite clarified yet, but a super user would be someone like myself who will be uploading my project's data into the SDP for future use. And likewise, the other responsible client survey managers or survey engineers across the route. I think that covers that.
Thank you, Steve. Joan, coming back to you, I think there's a kind of probably more of a statement here. This is from Peter Halliwell, saying he relishes being part of the PWI community. It's a great way to learn, share, and contribute to professional engineering of the railway infrastructure. So, yeah, just I suppose a nice comment from Peter. And then a question from Neil Hamilton. In Network Rail, our graduate intake every year has alignment with well-established project engineers. What is being done to get PWI on an equal par at this critical stage of their career?
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much, Peter, for your words of support. Very much appreciated. Thank you. And then to Neil. So Neil, we actually are involved quite a lot with the graduate program in terms of formal training. So the TED course that I talked about, I would say probably the vast majority now of the Network Rail graduates are attending that course formally. I think there's actually one going on this week. So I think there already is a link there. Perhaps maybe you were intending to make it more formal, so it was like a formal training agreement as per the ICE type arrangement. There's no plans for that at present. But and if you've got any other ideas of how you think we could improve upon that, you'd really love to hear them.
Lovely, thanks, Joan. And I think we'll make this the last question. So this one goes to Steve. So it's from Peter Halliwell. Hi, Steve. Where assets are located with long lat and easting northings, how is the Z reference? So this is obviously the altitude from OS. So is it altitude from OS mean sea level? Where you have assets with an XYZ record, do systems then automatically convert this to miles and yards related to track centre line and given datum point? And then following on, will mileposts be reset and replaced with kilometre posts to match the grid calculated posts. So yeah, quite a bit there. I'll let you tackle that in any
If I miss a bit, please remind me. So with lats and longs, we use it all. Okay, the simple question, Tom's the question back. If we're using a lat and a long, it depends on what is the projection that lat and long is derived from. Is it an ETRS89 lat and long, or is it WGS84 lat and long? Each of those has their own individual components as to what the vertical has their own portion of what that vertical component is. So that's sort of the first bit. The second bit about the mileages. So the last bit was about mileposts. I'm not aware of anybody suggesting that we reinstate mileposts. I think with the advent of where we can get 20mm accuracy off our mobile phones with a little GPS receiver for a couple of £100, I think we're moving away quite wholeheartedly from using fixed datums on site, especially with the issues that all those fixed datums and how they've sometimes not always been fixed has progressed over the last 150 years. Can you remind me on the second bit? What was the second bit Peter asked?
So it was around the how is the Z referenced? Is it relative to the mean sea level, and is it automatically converted to a track sensor line and given data points?
Okay, so there we're talking about, are we using data from the infrastructure network model to then reference data back for miles and yards? Currently, no, because of the problems that we have with long and short miles. Unless we go out and map it individually and accurately, each milepost, we can't provide a correction factor of what that stretch or slip or compression is along any given particular route. And to be honest, as we move into a more of a 3D environment with everything, we don't really need miles and yards, to be honest, because everything is going to be coordinated. We're going to have one 3D coordinated infrastructure model. We're just on a long path to be able to get to that particular position as a business. So.
Lovely. All right. So I'd like to draw that Q&A session to a close there then, please. So first of all, thank you very much, Joan, and thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you.
So now, in order to bring this conference to a close, I would now like to invite Gareth Evans, the Network Technical Head for TRAC, to propose a vote of thanks.
Hi, Liam. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yeah, all good, Gareth.
Very good, thanks. So the eagle-eyed amongst you will notice I'm not John Edgley. He sends his apologies. He's otherwise occupied, but he would have loved to have given this vote of thanks at the end of today's session. I'd like to take us all the way back to the start of this morning and Nick's introduction to the conference. And really, I thought it was great to have the insight into the experience and values Nick is going to bring to his time as the president of the PWI, and also the challenge, his perspective on the challenges and opportunities we need to respond to as an industry, both now and in the future. And I particularly support and take away his challenge to us all about the contributions we're making in our working lives and outside of our working lives to support the professional development of colleagues, wherever we can kind of find that opportunity and wherever that support is requested. And then we moved on to a really thought-provoking session from Colm on our challenges facing track renewals and how we might improve our end-to-end process for prioritising, specifying, designing, planning and delivering refurbishment renewals. And the key message I took away from that session was about the greater openness and collaboration that can actually drive through some of the improvements that we're all desperate to see. Including escalating risks and understanding the impact of change during the full end-to-end process. Clearly a lot of work to do there, but I think, again, if we're all pulling in the right direction, and we can drive some really big improvements over the remainder of this control period and next. And then it brings us to the middle section of today. So we heard about two really important topics from me from a personal perspective. gauging developments, Mark gave a great summary of the work that's going on, both in terms of new technology, in terms of competence and standards, to really some radical change potentially to our frameworks for managing gauging related risk, gauging clearance related risk, taking cost out of the industry, and providing a more targeted response to managing clearances. And Jamie then moving on to decarbonisation and sort of a longer term challenge and threat potentially to the entire planet. It's really important that we understand as engineers the contribution we can make and start making that contribution quickly, in my view. We do need sort of the tools and techniques to help us do that, and Jamie gave us a great overview of how that work is going on across the industry and where we can start tapping into some of that knowledge to bring it into our sort of wider engineering career and discipline. And then finally, we heard from Steve, who gave a really clear summary of the existing standards and controls around surveying and geospatial engineering. Great little piece of the background on of the summary of survey projections and the kind of complications around translating data from one set of projections to another. A really fascinating insight really on the challenges of managing survey data over the life of our asset, given some of the geological changes happening to the Earth over the century or so. We might be managing a particular piece of the infrastructure. And again, definitely the thing I'll take away from Steve's presentation is the measure once, use many times, Chris Preston mantra, which is now on the verge of being delivered through the new survey data portal, and that has got to be a massive step forward. And as Steve mentioned himself, again, another development that's going to take significant cost out of the way we manage our assets. And then finally, Joan has given us a really great summary of how PWI can benefit us all in our career development, however old and young we are and whatever stage we're at. And I firmly recommend membership of the PWI. As railway engineers, it's incumbent on us all to engage in lifelong learning and CPD, and the PWI provides many, many opportunities to do this. And linking back to Nick's challenge again, really, I'd say get involved. Look what we can do to support others in their own CPD. It opens up even more opportunities to develop new skills that are transferable to all aspects of our engineering lives, and it adds a really rewarding dimension to working life. Yeah, so please do get involved, contact your local sections, see what you can offer. It's great fun. So I'd like to thank all of our speakers. I think it's been a really cracking morning. I'd like to thank you as an audience being engaged. The questions have been coming thick and fast, and we will get back with responses to them all. And lastly, I'd like to thank Liam and Kate for organising, facilitating a really excellent, informative event. And Liam, really great chair through the Q&A sessions there to keep us on time, but giving everybody sort of chance to air their questions and get some good answers out of our speakers. We try to listen to feedback from previous events when planning the next conferences. So please do complete the survey that I know will be coming your way. Let us know how future events could be even more valuable to you. So thank you very much all. Take care, have a great rest of your Thursday, and Liam, back to you.
Thanks very much for that, Gareth. So that brings us to a close, and I would again just like to thank all of our speakers for their input today, and I'd like to thank you all for attending. Just to make you all aware that the conference was recorded, and the recording and all of the slide materials will be available on the PWI website shortly. As Gareth just said, a feedback survey will be sent out to you shortly after this conference. Can I please ask that you complete this, as it does help us improve future events and steer the agenda to be more appropriate, covering the subject that you as track renewals engineering engineers want to see. So with that, thank you everybody, goodbye and stay safe.